to win. And I think the West should be very interested in this victory and of exactly what Ukrainian army is asking.
Makes absolute sense to me. Thank you for that. So,
look at the goals that various countries, various geopolitical actors are pursuing in this war, because I
sure.
did announce that I will go into that. And here I think it's quite interesting to see, first of all, I guess, Russia's goals, because obviously Russia started this war. And here, of course, we like saying that Russia is losing and they are losing and they're failing on all the fronts. But it's important to see their goals in more detail. So I think their first goal ever was always the restoration of Soviet Empire. And as I wrote in my thesis as well in 2013, this will not happen. Most countries, post-Soviet countries, has evolved already. They have new relations and new economic interests. They will not be joining any kind of Soviet Union reincarnation, especially with the development of technologies and the world moving forward and the world's mentality and attitudes changing, while Russia really stays in medieval mentality, unfortunately. Then the other thing is territories, and there is a lot of talk. Okay, Russia needs territories for imperialism or needs resources that are hidden in Donbass. Some new resources that were discovered. There is a lot of talk about that. And it must be said that from 2014, Russia did succeed in getting a lot of territories. Unfortunately, due to the strange policy of appeasement and inadequate response from both Ukraine and the world. Now it is, of course, up to Ukraine and Western partners to take back these territories, and I think we're doing really well at that, accounting for resources and timing we've got. But I think Russia has also the third goal, and this is probably the worst one, to be fair. Russian leadership was never interested in the development of their country itself. They stole trillions from their nation. They left millions of Russians really nothing in their life but fascism and fairy tales about some kind of greatness. So with that, I think it's okay, it's fine to think that all Russians are stupid, but they're not really blind. If they see that Ukrainians or Kazakhs or someone else from post-Soviet Union are living better, they would probably start questioning why we, such a great nation, live like homeless, and these Ukrainians are doing absolutely fine getting into Europe and all this. So Russia needs to really destabilize all of the post-Soviet space to prevent any kind of development of these countries. And Eastern European states have known this for decades, probably for centuries. But we only now see the actual horrible reincarnation of this Russian evil. And yeah, I would say that Russia is succeeding at destabilization of these territories, of destabilization of Ukraine for sure. They are bombing civilians day and night. Over 90% of attacks are on people, on civilians. They're trying to use everything in their power to break Ukraine from within. And there is really nothing Russians would not resort to realize their horrible, disgusting goals. So yeah, while Russia is very will fail in first two of their goals, we need to make sure they don't succeed in the third one, which is the destabilization of Ukrainian country, government, and the whole region, to be fair.
And taking the land and say depopulating it is just another part of all of this, because that is exactly their strategy, or has been their strategy for hundreds of years.
Yeah, absolutely. And I won't get into detail of what my country, of what my family has been through throughout different generations and what we have suffered from Russians. Yeah, Russians have been doing this ethnic cleansing and tortures and kidnapping and strange movements of people for centuries. I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve. They're not developing their own country, but I guess it's just not in their interest anyway. So yeah, I guess it's also important to have a look at some other actors if you guys are interested.
Absolutely. Let's go through the key actors, and then maybe at that juncture, then just go to some questions which have already arisen, and then we'll take it forward.
Yes,
Please.
yes, correct, perfect. When we look at America, I think it's very important to see what American people want, an American government, and obviously I see that the security of their people is the most important thing for America, and that absolutely makes sense. Also, America is interested in strengthening its presence in European and African continents simply to counterbalance China. And if we look at that, of course, Ukraine is a very important piece of this puzzle. So thinking that America will give up the support for Ukraine it's not going to happen. Especially when America and Europe has seen what Ukraine is capable of and how we're fighting for our country. Now, I think it's important to note why specifically America is so steadfast in support in military and financial help is probably most and foremost because the major enemy of Russia is not really Ukraine; it's America. Russia has never hidden that they are dreaming of destroying America and American people, and that's why I think America clearly understands what are the stakes here. And I think it's very important to look at Europe because the support from Europeans has been outstanding. However, I see that Europe's goal, of course, is to become another center of power, just like America and China. And that's why there always has been a lot of distrust towards different other players, including both America and China. And we know that for decades, European countries have been trying to create some kind of symbiosis with Russia. And we've seen this agenda being pushed by politicians like Schroeder and Angela Merkel. And even now, after witnessing the horrors of Russia, some people in Europe are trying to imagine some kind of a bright future with a new, beautiful Russia of the future. And here I think it's important to understand that wanting a partnership with Russia is like being in love with an idea of Brad Pitt while actually living with a schizophrenic rapist whose only resemblance to Brad Pitt is blue eyes. So naturally, Europe will not find anything of value in Russia. And when we move to Ukraine, if we have time, I will actually cover what Ukraine can do here to make sure Europe has absolutely no interest in seeing any kind of future with Russia. And yeah, I mean, China is a very important part. And I recently heard that Chinese have rejected Biden's ask for a telephone call. I don't know what was the reason, but also seeing that Chinese president has gone to Moscow to meet with Putin, who is currently a wanted criminal, is definitely not a good sign. However, I don't think China is as reckless and stupid as Russia to jeopardize their people and what they have achieved with joining Russia in this genocidal war. But this is, of course, is to be seen, and this is probably the most important question, the most important piece of the puzzle that we still don't have at this moment.
All right. Do you mind us going to a couple of questions, because you
Yeah.
got our specialists out? Let's start with M, then we go to Armed Dillo, and then after that Daryl. M, please shoot.
Thank you, Axel. Hi, Kate. Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
To tie it back up to your field of expertise and to Ukraine and to Russia. So, transhumanism. Now, we know that Russia is always threatening deploying nuclear weapons. So, nuclear saber rattling, as you highlighted at the beginning of this conversation, by saying that they will deploy nuclear weapons to Belarus.
Mm-hmm.
And also the fact that we're all using smartphones to communicate, and how everyone expected smartphones as very powerful devices to actually bring more benefits to the day-to-day life of human beings. But basically, right now, they are the vectors of Russian disinformation, which I consider the true nuclear weapon being deployed by Russia on the cheap against Ukraine and against the entire world in their campaign to bring about a delusional version of history that they believe in. So, as a transhumanism futurist activist, how do you see the way forward combating misinformation and disinformation, especially when it comes to the proliferation of smartphones and computers and very powerful electronic devices that were supposed to increase the cognition of human beings, but now are actively helping in the degradation of that cognition and driving wedges between the perception of people of global geopolitics and conflicts and the political will of its elected officials backed by more informed government services that are aiding them in decision making. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Well, I think in general, the wars of the present or the future will not be fought with, I mean, hopefully not with nuclear weapons or any kind of weapons in general. What we are seeing now mainly, and what Russia has started a long time ago, is really a hybrid warfare and propaganda and the manipulation of public opinion, including the literally buying politicians in the West to push their agenda and interests. And it is very unfortunate because, of course, most people don't want to live depending on dictatorships for any kind of resources um, or anything really. So only now I think Europe has finally understood what they've gotten themselves with these years of relying on Russian gas and other resources. But yeah, I think while dictatorships are very good at using the technologies that, to be fair, have been exclusively created and developed in liberal democracies, like radio that has been created by British and used heavily by Nazis and really perfected for their Nazi propaganda, as well as television that has been created in America, but but used heavily and to the detriment really of Russian society and people in Russia who have brainwashed themselves to such an extent that mothers are persuading Russian soldiers that they're doing the right thing, while Russian soldiers sometimes are crying and saying that, to be honest, we are just here killing people. So yeah, unfortunately, even though technology is developed and thought of mainly for beneficial uses and for advancement of humanity, if it is in the hands of dictatorships, we can have really bad consequences. So now the question, how we make sure that these technologies don't get exported or don't get stolen by dictatorship, that's a very difficult question, because unfortunately very often dictatorships are evolving, and it's no easy way to say where the country is on these intentions to enslave their population at any given point of time until it's too late. So I think the only thing we can really do is make sure we develop more advanced technologies each time, more advanced than dictatorships, because at the moment it's more or less a um, leveled playing field. So another thing, I think
You
we
mean
really
leveled because we developed it and they can abuse it?
yes. Most of technologies are pretty much equally adopted across the world. So, of course, we don't have full information to what America and Europe is developing. But we also don't really have information what Russia and China are doing. Well, Russia probably nothing really apart from stealing. But
Okay, Kate, let me ask a question there, because I think this is what M was leading at, and I think his question and mine intersect. If we now have more and more consumer technology, and I'll always bring this back to the point that if you tell someone in 1992 that in this case 30 years from then, every human being will be happily walking across the planet with a GPS locator, which can allow people, other people, third parties, states and the likes, to locate them within a 10-digit segment within about half a meter, can enable them to be, in terms of interaction with a global hive, can enable the access to all personality data easily and directly by intrusion, make them essentially transparent, allow them to be called directly or indirectly, allow them to be texted, and utilize this as a digital identification card, plus that they would carry this pretty much 24/7 and do it happily, use it on average 6 hours a day, and pay for it. You would not have believed, nobody would have believed it, but that's the case. And I think this is where M's question comes from, that the integration of technology into our lives at the moment is still via interfaces which are voice-based, they are haptic, they are visual. This may change sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's really outstanding how much technology has penetrated our lives, and mostly, of course, for the better. But I think with what's happening, it's worth noting that while unscrupulous actors can use technology for enslavement and murder, it's also very helpful in tracking and finding out who exactly did what. Even with GPS, how many times Ukrainians were able to trace their stolen mobile phones somewhere in Russia. It's just very easy to understand where these murderers are coming from, and potentially once Ukraine wins, to come back and to go there and do justice that is definitely much overdue. Also with blockchain and Web3, it's really important to see that of course there are lots of donations through crypto, which is very important. But also you can trace what people donated, how these donations have been used, were they used legitimately, or were these donations abused. I think it's important to have this transparency, as you were saying, and everyone with clear mind, I think, can actually understand when they're being manipulated by technology, and look into various sources of truth, sources of information, and actually finding some kind of balance in there. AI, I
That
think, is
requires a lot of education, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's an important that's a curious point, because I really don't know if this love for dictatorships, for example, in Russia, is coming from mentality or IQ, or what is the reason why people decide to turn to this kind of political establishment. And yeah, I can't say that Germans were really very stupid in Second World War. They developed lots of philosophies, and Russians do have some interest in literature and philosophy, and why they decide to go into this darkness. It's not very clear to me, and I think there definitely will be some research into that. But yeah, I think technologies are very useful to for Ukrainian victory, both blockchain and AI. um, and this is literally why we are having an upper hand. I mean, Ukraine. We don't probably have the manpower, and we, as I said, we don't have the stupidity to send millions of people to certain death. But we have more advanced technologies, much better surveillance with the help of our Western allies, and Ukrainians are much more tactical in how they use their limited resources. And of course, this counteroffensive, some politicians are saying this is literally our last chance to win. I don't know about that, but it will be very important to use these resources wisely, and all kinds of technologies will be very helpful to make sure we do the right moves correctly in the right time.
Very good. Would you mind if we just cycle through the questions which we already have?
Yes, sure.
All right, then we go to Arndt Dillofella in Texas, if I'm not quite mistaken.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Kate, thank you for coming on to the space here. Number one, I've uh, been following your tweets for a while. They're often entertaining, informative.
Yeah, Jenny. You mean Jenny, I guess.
Funny, yeah, yeah. They're funny as well. So thank you for all of that, and thank you for talking about the importance of still having a life, still doing a job, still learning while all of this is going on. I think it is. I think it's so crucial to remember that. I mean,
Mhm.
I and my hat's always off to these the hosts here on the space, like Axel and Daryl and so many others who come on here, because I don't know how they keep their mental health while engaging in this for so many hours a day, but I'm really impressed with that as well.
I honestly don't know how these people are finding time, and it's literally 24/7, isn't it? I think
Yes,
whenever
It
I
is.
see their Twitter account, there's always something going on. This is crazy.
it's amazing.
We promised you that last year, Kate. When you were here last year, we promised you we will continue to do this because it matters to us. But we have a great group of volunteers and lots of regulars such as ours.
Thank you.
The main thing is just to be very old.
Touche. I'm getting there, brothers and sisters. I'm getting there. So, but yeah. So my question for you really is, with respect to Ukraine, and it's funny. I just recently started getting on Chat GPT, and I was in when Axel called on me. I was just starting to ask Chat GPT if it could please write a 1,000 word essay on the topic of blockchain and maybe emphasize what's going on in Ukraine. So rather than asking Chat GPT, I'll point that question to you, and I'm gonna have to go into listener mode because I'm about to get into a very noisy situation here due to an engagement, unfortunately. But I'll try to listen as best I can, and a two other things I'll mention really quickly. I've worked. I've worked with people in tech in Ukraine a bit who are like developers and things. some guys who work for Grid Dynamics. I don't know where Grid Dynamics is headquartered, and also a company EPAM, which unfortunately EPAM I know was headquartered in Belarus. I think most of the smart people they managed to get out of Belarus. I don't know the whole story there. You can certainly comment on that. But so I've worked with some wonderful people in tech, very smart people, and feel free to elaborate on, voices, companies, or leaders in those spaces. So, and I'll just drop down into listening mode unless you need me to clarify something real quick.
Perfect. No, this is a very interesting question, and thank you so much for bringing up technology. Yes, I think technology is crucial for not only for developing Ukraine as a technological nation, but in nation building in general, and creating the economy out of ruins that Russia inflicted on us. So yeah, first of all, I think it's very important to look into blockchain, Web3, and digital identity as well, and seeing that we really need to own our data, and Web3 can be very useful with this. We can create technologies to have the ownership of our digital identity in the web. So instead of Twitter or Facebook or any multinational telling us to pay $8 for something, in fact, we should be monetizing our identity and our data. And this can be achieved, yes, by a combination of things like blockchain and storing all your digital and personally identifiable information on blockchain. And there are numerous startups working on that. And it will be very important because at the moment, for example, we need to show, for example, we are showing our ID when entering the club. And this is absolutely useless because we don't need to show all this information to get somewhere. The only thing that needs to that another party needs to receive from us is the confirmation that we are over a certain age, for example, or that, I don't know, we didn't break some law, we didn't kill someone. So all of this should be really be available in this application with our digital identity. Just like passwords, I'm not a big fan of this division of people for depending on ethnicity and the place of birth. So at the moment we just have passports, but with implementing Web3 and blockchain, will be able to have really all our data in much better form than just saying where we were born or what year. Yeah, there will be this Google keychain password style unificator of all of our information. And this is also very important for Ukraine because so many people are displaced and lost their homes, real estate. So to make sure that the right people get the right resources and the right help, of course, we need to make sure that we know who is getting what, and everyone who needs will get help here. And I think it's worth looking at such applications as DIA. This is a Ukrainian application which has proven to be outstanding and more or less a leader in the world. And before that, I knew of Estonian government and how they managed to digitize all the government information. So in fairness, if everything's digital and one click away, it's not only faster for people to access different services, it also eliminates the need for bureaucracy and the opportunity for various people to abuse the system and demand bribes for providing certain services. So it's very important that we move to this more digital world.
It's more
And
economic, Kate. You have the right point. By the way, Estonia, where, as you know, I'm based in Tallinn, Estonia currently counts the annual benefit to the tune of 1.1, and depending on how it introduces things, to 1.2% can be delivered to other European nations. You just came back from technology. Let's just say that their bureaucracy is still there. The same goes for the Germans and the others.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
imagine
don't tell me about that. It's literally impossible to get a coffee if you don't have cash, or even taxi. Oh, minimum is 15 euros, or minimum is 10 euros in restaurant. While I lived in Poland, you can pay literally 10. Well, what was is like 10% of a zloty with a card, and no one had any issues at all. And I believe it's more of a situation in Ukraine at the moment. So yeah, I think Eastern European states are very advanced and very forward in developing technologies. And part of this is probably an outstanding educational preparation of Eastern European people with the background in sciences and math. We all know that the best data scientists are Romania, Ukraine. Well, there are great developers, Poland, Ukraine, Russia as well. So yes, we need to use this talent and the base we got already in the countries.
Kate, what happens when you're talking? I think you're based in London. What happens when you talk to British people about the advantages of digital ID? I mean, I live in Spain, and here in Spain, you can literally put your government-issued ID card into a little USB reader and physically plug it into any computer anywhere, and you're logged into the government. So we have a pretty advanced system. But I have the impression that particularly in the UK, if you say something like government-issued digital ID, people, including fairly sensible people, all of a sudden become extremely paranoid. So how would you go about convincing people who think that absolutely any form of government-issued ID document is immediately equivalent to leather-coated Gestapo officers on every street corner?
Yeah, that's actually quite funny. And unfortunately, or fortunately, many people have an understandable fear or prejudice towards governments, towards centralization. So really the only way to break this is through decentralization and creation of trustless technologies which don't really necessitate your belief in some kind of in the authority or some individual. So you really it's a little bit like Bitcoin, where the technology has been created by someone. And to be fair, this someone is quite irrelevant because the technology exists without anyone controlling it or any single point of failure. It doesn't depend on anyone. And this is probably why Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general are so strong, despite of lots of strange projects which were created just for the self-enrichment of some people. So yeah, it's I don't think any nation or any people are really would be very paranoid if the design of these technologies made it impossible to abuse people's information. And this is what I talk a lot also about data privacy. It's the creation and proliferation of AI and different technologies is obviously very important, but we shouldn't allow these technologies to dominate our life. Instead, we should be benefiting from any technologies we create. So yeah, I think we are moving in the right direction so far in Europe, and we probably need to move a lot from all this paperwork into more of a DIA style interaction with constituents. And Britain for now is very heavily paper-based, and all communications actually with I don't know, police or councils are happening through paper. And when you call and try to do something online, when you call, basically it's irrelevant to what you do. You need to make sure it's all recorded online or in writing. And this is this is, to be fair, quite strange, but there is this obsession with paper still quite a bit in Britain.
Daryl, you have your hand up, which, feel free to jump in. And then I'm afraid I lost track of the hands. So if anyone knows they were first, but Daryl.
I know the order. I know
Right.
the order. Afterwards, we'll go to Chris, Tom, Raver, the bloated rhino, and Robert.
All right. Good evening, Kate. Question. Actually, I made a comment, actually. And that is when you were speaking very early prior to Ukraine did not get the support that Ukraine is getting. And I think a lot of that has a lot to do with the Ukrainian people being they have a buy-in on the win. Many of the conflicts around the world that had gone on, they were internal, in which case you had people on both sides that were, fighting against each other, and there was no central idea of what the people and the win would look like for either side. In this case, the win, in which all Ukrainians have bought into, is Russia being kicked out and Ukraine being a sovereign country. And I think that's a really important point to make when we are looking at the other countries that have had these conflicts and how different it is in that respect. Looking at what is going on in Ukraine, the technology is even accepted more in Ukraine than it has been in many other places. As Nick was stating, how there is a aversion to the government more doing too much, but I think it's very positive that Ukraine, the people, understand that technology is the way to go. And I just have one question: are the elderly, because they usually are the most adverse to technology, are the elderly of Ukraine bought into the technology?
Yeah, actually, they did. And well, I know my grandparents, and generally, I think older generation in Ukraine are quite technologically savvy. They use Telegram a lot to get the news. I don't really know if my grandparents use Dia, but they are on Facebook, on various social media. They know what's going on. They don't, of course, they're listening to television, but I think Ukrainians are much better at diversifying their sources of information. Of course, if we're looking at Russians, they're simply obsessed with the box and all the propaganda they're getting. And while people in Ukraine understand that there is a general line that government has to push internally, I think Ukrainian people are very critical, and they do use technology to seek the real information on the ground. And I would say Ukrainians are very resourceful in finding these different channels and these different thought leaders and experts. My mom and my family, they recommended me some really amazing channels which are very regional, like Nikolaevsky Vanyok, about the situation in Nikolaev when it's very crucial. I'm following several Telegram channels in Donbass. And yeah, lots of channels that are very niche and very regional based that you would never find unless you have this handling of technology and different applications.
We know that the youth, they are quick to snap up on technologies and things of that nature. Um, Here we have the issue of a lot of the social ills that come along with the children being involved with social media, with social media, the negativity and the body image issues and things of that nature. How are the Ukrainian children? How do they deal with it? In Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, is that so much a problem?
Uh, I guess I'm not best qualified to talk about Ukrainian children, but I imagine that equally like older people, they're trying to find the best sources of information. And I think there will be, unfortunately, a lot of psychological trauma from childhood of growing up literally in the war zone. And yeah, having your early years living under shelling and bombs and this quite lack of really understanding how to plan your future, what you can expect, whether you're gonna be even alive tomorrow. Hope not many children are thinking about all these things, but the psychological trauma and issues they will be unfortunately experiencing for a long time, and some of them maybe even forever. It's devastating, and this actually needs to be addressed very thoroughly. And it's great that some children managed to get to Europe and get care and support from, for example, from Polish people. But yeah, this trauma will reverberate for many years, and not only with children. I read recently that numerous Ukrainian soldiers are now going through psychological rehabilitation in psychiatric clinics, and it's too early to say, but I think we will see some horrible consequences this has brought to people that have been living through this. But yeah, I think it's just important for the parents and everyone to make sure they protect their children from this information, or even seen some videos. Unfortunately, I think we've all seen the video of the execution of Ukrainian soldier, and there are hundreds of these videos, and I think it's very important that children don't see that.
All right, thank you, Kate. Axel, where are we going next?
We should go to Chris, and then I would like to move on to Tom, who has a couple of questions which also pertain to transhumanism, and I think we can talk about psychological things and the impact of technology there too. But let's go first to Chris, and then to Tom, then Robert, then George. Sorry, and then the bloated rhino, then George. I apologize. Chris, please.
Kate, hi. Lovely to speak to you. We're connected in a few places. And first of all, I just wanted to thank you ever so much for your support for the hashtag Free the Leopards campaign.
Yeah, that was.
Okay, Chris, are you gonna do this now? Okay, Kate. The thing is, Chris and I had the discussion. You and I spoke before, if you remember.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, fine. We need to do this. I sent you the message. Can I use that photo? And we did this, and that's great. Chris, go.
Guys,
well,
you can always rely on me to push the leopard message. This is I love leopard and I love the good tanks. It's very important.
Well, hopefully you'll be proud to know that you are immortalized, in the hashtag Free the Leopard story. Okay, right.
I can relax and rest quietly.
You can. So that's that. Now, it's a little bit of a thing I've got in my head at the minute, right? We've been discussing China, and you mentioned you mentioned earlier on that that Russia is talking about sighting or launching nuclear weapons from Belarus, right? And it may be a coincidence, but that Putin has just come away from a meeting with Xi, yeah. And long story, Kate, right? But basically, various people that we have on the site here are saying that Xi is much worse than Putin, right? And Xi is actually prepared to press the button, right? And of course, and so I wonder if you think there might be a connection between, him going Putin meeting with Xi and then this announcement in Belarus, right? But also, Kate, and probably the main point, right, is that it's also become clear to me and quite a few of us of the Chinese interference in Ukraine, never mind the Russian interference. So I wonder what your view is on the Chinese interference in Ukraine.
Sure. Thank you very much, Chris. And as I said, China's position is probably the biggest undisclosed card. And yes, we know that probably China has been supplying weapons. But at the moment, I think China is very unwilling to get involved, and it's simply sending signals to the world that it's resolute in pursuing its own goals, and it's not going to press under Western or international decisions to, for example, announce Putin as a war criminal. And that was, and we were also thinking, my family, whether Chinese president will go to Russia or not. It is unfortunate that he decided to send this message, but I think it's also understandable that he shows that he's not going to simply listen to what the West is pushing. It's their own decision how to engage, but it's worth seeing that China is very is very unhappy with the Russian overall handling of this situation and continuous nuclear threats. Firstly, because China was one of the main guarantors um, of nuclear safety to Ukraine, and if Russia, which is de facto a vassal of China, decides to use nuclear weapons, the repercussions for Chinese also potential future leadership and overall world standing will be horrifying. And most of international agreements that China has concluded with different parties, with different countries, can potentially lose its value. Plus, China is extremely dependent on Western markets for export. And thinking that China can survive on its own without Western customers, it's not very realistic, and it's funny to think that. I don't really think China will join this strange adventure that Russia is pushing. However, everything can change, obviously, if Ukraine loses the upper hand and Russia comes up with some new initiative or an involving another party in this war, for example. The discussions about this nuclear warhead stationing, as much irrelevant as they are in terms of nuclear attack, unfortunately, they are quite relevant in terms of Belarus' willingness to enter this war. And we need to understand that if Belarus does that, the West will also have to step up its game and potentially also send boots on the ground. It's obviously not an official position of Ukraine, but if it's in our interest to see Ukraine win, we will have to do more. And seeing the response of the West, whether they decide to engage and whether they will get to this next level. This will send a signal to China. So at the moment, it's all a little bit like a poker game. I do this move and see what you're doing. And this is exactly what Russia has been doing since 2014. If Europe and America has responded back then and made a strong statement, nothing would have happened, I think. Crimea would have returned or would have never gone to Russia. So yeah, at the moment, if there is a new actor joining this war, Chinese position can change quite dramatically. And then we will have much bigger troubles to deal with than only this so far regional war in Ukraine.
Thank you for that. Let's move to Tom.
Hi, Kate. Thanks for joining us tonight. I wanted to ask you about futurist views on existential risk and like Russian threats of nuclear war. So, you know, the futurist philosopher Nick Bostrom writes quite a lot about existential risk. Yeah. So just for our listeners who probably don't know, Nick Bostrom's a philosopher in Oxford, writes a lot about existential risk. And existential risk is the chance of humanity getting wiped out or civilization getting destroyed. And that's important to futurists because if we get wiped out, there's no future. So what they typically think about is threats like, say, climate change or artificial intelligence or the Earth getting hit by an asteroid or nuclear war, which is the one I want to ask you about. So because futurists have a tendency to think more about existential risks, because we've got to have a future to be a futurist, do you think, because you see, I don't think Russia wants to start a nuclear war. And I think pretty much everyone in this space understands that they don't actually want a nuclear war because they'd be dead too. But what they do want to do is scare us by threatening a nuclear war. And I think people like Finland understand this is just Russian bullshit. But what I wonder is, do you think some futurists are more vulnerable to the Russian threats of a nuclear war because they're used to thinking about existential risk? The one I'm really thinking about is Elon Musk. For people that don't know, Elon Musk wants to colonize Mars, partly so that if, say, anything ever happened to the Earth, there are human beings in other parts of, the solar system. And this is a really serious thing, and it's because of existential risk. And when Musk was saying, should we have another referendum for these parts of Ukraine that Russia is occupying, it was because he was saying, well, if there's a nuclear war, like that would be terrible, right? I mean, it would be game over. Do you think futurists might be more vulnerable to Russian threats of nuclear war, even though the Russians wouldn't actually do it? That's my question. I wonder what you think.
Wow, that's actually a very interesting perspective, and I've never thought of Elon Musk as a very forward-thinking futurist. But now that you put it this way, it actually makes some sense. Yeah, I think futurists think about the future of the world and future of humanity in general, instead of thinking about specific nation or the plight of specific people. And I think it's there is definitely some validity to this type of thinking, to this mentality. But it's also important to think what kind of future we're trying to build or to have or just to survive in. And if we are allowing every kind of bully and psychopath to dictate what kind of future we're going to have, I don't think we will go too far. And to be fair, I don't think this kind of a species is worth having too much of future altogether. It's like saying that some kind of mice should have amazing future, and just because they're a species. Well, there are lots of other mice that probably are much better. And if humanity decides to live as slaves to certain people's ambitions and desires, then I think there are enough civilizations and enough other planets to to push this their souls and their being into the future. Um, yeah, of course, I advocate humanity as the civilization that needs to advance, but it's only up to us to really decide where we are on this staircase of the universe. And yeah, that's
So
probably what.
we should not fall prey to fear, because the argument Tom just highlighted as to Bostrom is the fear of losing out the opportunity to go multiplanetary, and therefore having to go through that, what the Germans would have called in medieval times, die Erde ist ein Jammertal. Life on Earth is harsh, and it is essentially the valley of death you must go through and sustain yourself. I don't think that we necessarily have to actually subscribe to that, do we? There should be, say, a life free of authoritarian and totalitarianism on this planet, even at the risk of a nuclear standoff. I mean, we've won the Cold War.
Yeah, pretty much. And Cold War and Caribbean crisis was really the pinnacle of the nuclear confrontation. And there were many cases when specific people could have decided to push the button, but they thought twice. They thought about the preservation, the self-preservation, and preservation of humanity, because it really doesn't take that many nuclear warheads to destroy the whole world. And in line of this, I really don't understand why some countries are focused on territorial conquests or boosting their military, while in fact, as a futurist, I think what we need to be doing is making sure humanity is here to stay, and we do have to become multiplanetary, because while the risk of meteorite strike is quite low, it still exists and it's very much real, and it happened to our previous wonderful ancestors, dinosaurs. It's absolutely a reality. And thinking that instead of diversifying our risks and getting us and other species somewhere else, or improving life on this very planet through battling climate crisis and many other issues, we decide to focus on nuclear blackmail and getting some peninsula. It's honestly, it's ridiculous, and it only shows that as a humanity we haven't really evolved very far.
Tom, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, no, just to say I'm broadly on board with the idea of human species becoming multiplanetary. I mean, A, because it would be fun, and B,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
it does mean
we
that
we can move leopards there. We can export all leopards to the moon, Mars, and other galaxies.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, it does hedge against existential risk, like an asteroid or just like another pandemic or something like that. But yeah, I do wonder if, because futurists have the tendency to think, what if there's a nuclear war? What if there's an asteroid strike? If they were just a little bit more vulnerable to that Russian propaganda than your average person, who
No,
probably
this is very interesting.
Yeah, and really, sorry, go on.
Sorry. Basically, what you were saying is that Elon Musk is not some kind of a Russian asset, a strange guy bought by Russians to push their propaganda, but actually he's a quite nice person who just wants all of us to survive. And it very much can be true. I don't understand why the richest person in the world would become Russian, agent or asset. I see no reason for that whatsoever. Um, that's a very interesting point with futurism. And yeah, I think many of my friends that are in this industry, they're quite they think about humanity, about development of people overall, about the technology, and yeah, I think some think that we need to make certain sacrifices for the humanity in general to move forward. But here, and I don't know much about this Italian prime minister at all, but I've seen her speech that advocating for the enslavement and the um, enslavement and one nation losing its sovereignty and integrity is really a very hypocritical thing, because if you want to do something, if you want to prevent third world war, for example, you can always give your territory, you can always give your lives, if you really advocate that. I think no one has any authority or any right to tell Ukrainians what they should be doing for the goodness of the humanity.
Yeah, I don't think that Miss Meloni was advocating that. She was mocking that.
she's pro-Ukraine camp. All right.
Yeah,
If you don't mind,
definitely in Ukraine.
if you don't mind, we should go to the bloated rhino who's been patiently waiting as well.
Hey, Axel. Thank you for that. Kate, thank you for being on here, and also replying to a tweet a while ago about some more information on what you've been talking about with transhumanism and crypto and stuff. Thank you for that. What I'm curious with what you've been talking about on here is that, and what we've been talking about is that Russia, like going back to what you're saying, Russia just knows how to do one thing, which is destroy everything and genocide. That's kind of been Russia from the beginning. It goes back to the roots of the founding of Russia and kind of actually Ukraine and Kiev and the whole area as a start of the Rus Viking and whatnot, if you know the history of it. But unlike the Russians, everybody else moved forward and realized that's really not a good thing. So
yeah, absolutely. Everyone in the world has moved forward in their mentality, but for Russia. And unfortunately,
exactly.
this is the type of people we have to deal now in Ukraine.
And that's something that is just mind blowing to me. And how also going back to tie into what Armed was talking about, with and actually who was it? I forgot. Axel, Kate, one of you guys, somebody please, who was it that was talking about the small arms earlier with and more help with stuff like that, and how the United States has kind of been kind of slow on that.
Yeah, we discussed this earlier, that essentially the United States is currently not as fast as it should be. But this is I think that this is a spillover from the previous discussion.
Okay, because like the thing with the United States, and like I think you actually brought it up about how there's Republicans now that are more. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I got my kids playing around with RC cars in the background.
I spoke about the most recent polls. That's true. That there is now two polls which have both indicated that amongst those Republicans polled, there is more than 50% of them in both polls. Actually, one I think is 54% of Republicans who said that the Biden administration, funny enough, is not doing enough to support Ukraine. So seemingly that essentially the Republican electorate is further ahead than the fringe, shall we say, the fringe right of the party.
Exactly, yeah. Because the thing with the United States is we're just it's like herding cats in the United States, especially the Democratic Party. That's definitely like trying to herd cats. And then like the Republican Party is really like two different parties now. And one of the things that's interesting from my standpoint, being that I don't really like either party, but I've done stuff with, within the military as a civilian. That I tried to enlist, but they said, no, you got too much medical, get the heck out. But doing that and seeing both sides of it and the splintering of it, especially, and I think the splintering of the parties and seeing kind of where Russia and China were able to really capitalize, like what you're talking about with social media earlier, and start splitting up and trying to get those divisions going, was 9/11. because that's when I
Yeah.
saw the country, from my viewpoint, being really young in high school and watching what happened, literally in my history class on the TV, watching it happen live, was really interesting. You know, that's one of the reasons that drove me to want to join the Marines and stuff, but didn't happen. But that split was really interesting because I literally saw then and there, not even like hours later, days later, like within minutes, like friends of mine and friends with, and I still have friends, I'm still friends with them, but Iranians and people that are Saudi or Israeli, how quickly the right of America turned on them and started blaming. And these are people we've been friends with for 10 years, 15 years, you know, growing up, going to kindergarten, first grade, stuff like that, you know, elementary school with. Literally turn on them and tell them they're terrorists, this and that, and starting to fights with them. It was crazy to see how we just lost in that moment and the moments afterward that love and compassion towards each other, which is what everybody wants to be in the United States for. That's what's America, you know, part of the American dream and stuff.
Absolutely.
And it blew my mind. And I've, you know, I'm one of those people that, like, no, we need to love everybody. We need to do this. We need to do that. I'm more transhumanist. I didn't realize that until I started following you and seeing your tweets.
That's
So
great.
I
Well,
literally didn't know.
I'm doing something right apart from the leopards and Jenny.
Well, I didn't even know the term. I never even heard of it until I started seeing you on, and I think it was because of Mariah, the MriyaReport that I found you and learned about that. And one of the things being here is like, no, the United States is not doing enough. This whole thing of Russia saying, you know, oh, that's a red line. Don't cross that. Don't do this. The red line means nothing. Literally, it means nothing. All right, because Russia's just a bully, just like China's a bully. All right, the best thing you can do to a bully, and this is my experience having been bullied and having issues from it, is just say too bad and fight right back to them. Push up to their face, do this and that, go to that red line, cross it.
Yeah. Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
You know, the best thing we can do is give the F-16s. Oh, I'm sorry.
And to your point, even the fact that Russia has the audacity to dictate some kind of conditions or red lines or to threaten Western democracies, it's outrageous. The country that has pretty much zero economy and has developed nothing apart from exploiting its oil and natural resources and having their own people living in absolute poverty and misery, telling the rest of the world what to do. It's also a bit of a failure of it's our failure. It's failure of the West that we even allowed this kind of behavior to happen. And if we don't stop it now, I honestly don't know when or if we will be able to stop it ever, and what kind of the world we would find ourselves in if Russia and other dictatorial societies actually have their way. And another point you raised with Republicans, and I think it's important to address this as well. I know I know many Americans. I lived in America and worked in American Congress, and I have absolute respect towards many many Americans, different kinds of people with different political affiliation, and some fringe American Republicans that are the loudest and unfortunately create this horrible, idiotic image of Republican Party. It's very sad to see this, and I have many Republican friends who are very supportive of Ukraine and who advocate and push their congressmen and senators to help more and send more weapons. And whenever I'm talking to Americans, I haven't met a single person, a single American who would say this is a waste of our tax money, this is a waste of our time. The opposite, they're saying we're not doing enough, and I don't know what should be done to wake our politicians up. And I met numerous Republicans as well. I met Republicans in Davos, and some other conferences I traveled to. They are they're very supportive, and they actually even know Trump and in the Trump's camp. And my understanding of Trump's situation is that he's using this Ukrainian card just to counteract Democrats, while there isn't really any background to this. The American national base would not support the withdrawal, will not support the decrease of American involvement and help. And I think it's actually very similar with Europe. If you are looking at the popular base of different politicians, regardless of their affiliation, I don't see the majority of Europeans being in favor of any kind of uh, removal of the support or the decrease of the ongoing support. Even in Hungary, of course, we all make fun of Orban, and his behavior is outrageous. But Hungarian people are absolutely different story, and they are definitely on the side of democracy and on the side of Ukraine. And I know it firsthand because I lived there, and I have many Hungarian friends. Um, what media is portraying to us and how they're showing, how they're equating people to some strange political leaders, it saddens me, because neither the majority of Republicans nor, for example, the majority of Hungarians share the views of these strange people advocating their cause.
That's a good point. And Kate, I would say in this case, Kirsten, Stefan, thank you for highlighting this, because there is a moral majority in Hungary. It just needs to finally come to terms with the fact that we can't vote for Orban anymore. Having said this, Kate, quick thing. I wanted to come back to how we started at the beginning, when we discussed the different parties, the interests, the goals, the aims. One thing which has come up, and one listener reminded me of this, is that we should talk about what you and I discussed before. And what would you like to see as the end state at the end of 2023? How should Ukraine fare by that time? What should Ukraine's goals be for this year, and this year specifically?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Axel, for this question. Yeah, that's, to be fair, the most important question for me as a Ukrainian as well. We all have some understanding of what various geopolitical actors want to achieve in this war, that most of them have been put not by their own will. But it's definitely very important to see and discuss what Ukraine actually wants and what Ukraine can achieve being put in this horrible situation, or regardless of any situation it is in. And I think it's quite clear that Ukraine and Ukrainian people are trying to achieve several very important goals. First of all, the joining European Union, European community, the economic freedom for its people, safety, and also territorial integrity, which has been violated numerous times by Russia. So talking about EU, I think it's very important that Ukraine pushes this agenda and actually joins the Society of European Nations. First of all, because the mentality of Ukrainian people does not differ very much from Europeans, and we are largely, also from my experience, very much the same people. And this nation building that we have to create, that we have to go through, especially during the war, it's very important. We should be very mindful of our own goals, and we shouldn't fall victim to different kind of procrastination, that maybe we can do something after the war, or also various internal disagreements that Russia is trying to sow and spread in Ukraine. And also, it's worth noting that there is very thin balance between eliminating corruption and unscrupulous actors, and also some kind of a witch hunt for people whose opinions differ, whose ethnicity differs. And it's very important that Ukraine makes the right moves and the right differentiation, so that we can actually become the full-fledged member of European community. So we definitely need to use this chance to fix our internal structures and eliminate corruption as well.
The recent reports from Greco, for example, and my friend Nick will confirm that, are actually showcasing that Ukraine, even during now the war, has done significant steps in that regard and has made progress. Nothing is perfect, and nobody I think expected perfection during the war, but there are promising steps, are there not?
Yes, absolutely. I see and reading Ukrainian news, I know that there has been a lot of Russian influence for years. In fact, I left Ukraine in 2010 during Yanukovych time, and it was horrible to observe what was happening. All the industries were being bought by Russia-controlled oligarchs, and despite all this meddling with Ukrainian internal affairs and Russia spreaded corruption, Ukrainian people did manage to overthrow this influence, get rid of their own dictator, and push their agenda, which is absolutely outstanding. And honestly, it's only due to Ukrainian people and Ukrainian civil society. This is a major difference between Russia and Ukraine. We do have active civil society. We do have people that know and that think that their opinion does matter. They can make a difference. And it is very similar, of course, to what is happening in the West. And this is what really unites Ukrainians with Europeans and Americans, is this mentality of owning your future as opposed to relying on some kind of a higher force and the wisdom and smart of some individual for some unknown reasons. So another thing, obviously, we need to make sure is that we build economic freedom and independence. And this is very difficult, to be fair, to build during a genocide. But we have to do it. For example, Ukraine has to build their technological sector much more instead of just being a hub for outsourcing. We have to support our companies. Various in AI, in blockchain. We need to create conditions for businesses to actually return to Ukraine despite the war, and for foreign businesses to also come to Ukraine. Do it either through tax benefits or providing some help and better resources. It's very important that Ukraine strengthens its economic situation, which is, of course, not ideal now. But talking about technology, it's worth noting that it has been the only sector of economy that actually has grown since the war started, probably in large part to outsourcing as well. Then I think territorial integrity is very important. And I know that some Ukrainians would actually prefer to get rid of Donbass because they think the mentality of people there is different, and some of them are more pro-Russian or they speak different language. And I think there has been a time when this could have been up for discussion. But at the moment, I think it's very important to align our vision for
That's pre-Yanukovych, you mean, in the times when Yanukovych whipped up the party of the regions and created dissent and the likes, right? That's what you're leading up to.
Yeah, during Yanukovych and in general, there are different opinions, obviously, among Ukrainians. Some Ukrainians have thought after 2014 that maybe...
You mean two Ukrainians at a table and three opinions? That's what my Ukrainian friends always tell me.
Yeah, pretty much. Of course, they took Donbass, but many people thought, okay, well, they speak different language and they are different anyway, so why do we need this Donbass in the first place? And this opinion has the right to exist, but I think it's also very important to push for the restoration of territorial integrity. And this is really the the goal Ukraine is pursuing and Ukrainian government is pursuing at the moment. And I think finally Ukrainian society has aligned around this goal of actually making sure we are the whole country again. And also taking back Crimea, because to be fair, it all started with Crimea, and it has to end with Crimea as well if we are to show Russia its place finally. And
I was just
another.
about, Kate, if I may interject, because I have friends from Luhansk, from Donetsk, and from Simferopol and its surroundings. And they would all say with you, yes, we are all different and we have regional differences in Ukraine. But since 2014, everybody has easily and very quickly, and unfortunately by force and this violence of the Russians and suppressions, found out how much more they have in common, and that the things which they felt during the football championship were actually more than just the enthusiasm for a game. It was actually quite real. And I remember the days when people toured across the country and you could go to Donetsk and be in that stadium. It was astonishing. And the feeling was absolutely stunning. And I think that, funny enough, this war may have just actually restored what is a diverse but still very deeply Ukrainian nation.
Yeah, I think this is a very important point, and it's very important to see what kind of nation we're building. And I see Ukraine to be to have much more in common with America than with any nation nationalism-focused countries like Hungary or Poland has mainly Hungarians and Polish living there. But having grown up in Ukraine, I have to say that Ukraine is a very friendly and welcoming country to people of various backgrounds. So I was in school with people of Arabic and Vietnamese descent, and no one has ever had any problems in Ukraine with the color of skin or language they speak. And it's very important to actually push this message when we are building a country. We are creating a country like America where people can come and work for the benefit of Ukraine, regardless of where they're coming from. And this is the country I grew up in, and this is the country I love, and this is the country I will help to build. And probably that's why also Americans and Europeans see what's happening in Ukraine, and it aligns with them, because Ukrainian society takes individual rights and freedoms and different and the rights of different ethnic minorities very seriously. For example, Ukraine has never discriminated people on national origin, like Russia with Tatars in Crimea. And there are huge communities of Vietnamese, Chinese, Russian ethnic people in Ukraine, and no one has had any issues. The only issue, to be fair, that is happening is the ones that Russia is trying to plant. Even all these images of so-called Ukrainian Nazis with some flags. This is all these things are just being pushed by Russia. Even if those people exist, they were planted there by Russia, and there are more than enough research in that, how Russia has financed different nationalistic movements, Svoboda, and different movements in Ukraine, while then using this to show that, oh, look, there are these Nazis in Ukraine. Russia will do anything and everything in its power to disrupt and destabilize Ukraine and Ukrainian society. And I think the whole world should be just very clear that this has never been in the interest of Ukraine, and this is not the society we are and the society we've been building.
And they achieved an atrociously small participation of seats in the election in 2019. The right sector failed utterly to convince anyone in Ukraine to give them any kind of power. They are not in any committee. They are, they are literally unimportant. We have more far-right participation in Republican politics, so to say, in Europe, in France, in Germany, in Spain, in Italy, and definitely in Austria than we have in Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. And noticing that Ukraine has not fallen to these attempts of different geopolitical actors to get into nationalism and ethnic quarrels, despite centuries of continuous um, continues, to be fair, genocides, ethnic cleansing, discriminations, and all the horrors that Russians have been doing to Ukrainians for centuries. Seeing that Ukrainians are still so strong in their unity and the respect for different people and different ethnic minorities is, to be fair, it's outstanding. And I think Ukraine definitely deserves any praise that that people are giving them.
There's a question which just came up, but I mean, you answered it before, but maybe it's worthwhile sharpening this one more time. It's from a friend and colleague of mine, David, about the fact that in the blockchain community and in the a lot of capital raises, you highlighted this before, and it had been made. And when you projected earlier, what Ukraine should do is to engage in better technological development and not just outsourcing. So there is quite some work to be done in that industry segment to grow up, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Ukraine had a lot of influence also from Russia, a lot of corruption coming from Russia. And we probably didn't have the opportunity to develop our full potential as much as we can and as we should. But I think now, also as strangely as it sounds, this war has been, in a way, an empowerment for Ukrainian people who have seen that they're not really in any way worse than any other nationality, and they can also build the nation. They can build technologies. We can fight. I mean, we can fight on the battlefield, and we can fight in economy and scientific discoveries. So I think this spirit has to be taken forward. I remember in summer I was reading a book, obviously a sci-fi book, as a proper futurist, and I heard this guy passing by, just some rich guy chatting to someone, saying, "Yeah, this is crazy, you know." And they did this. They're like, you know, like heroes. They were like Ukrainians, and I was just sitting there like just some random guy. And the perception of Ukrainians in the world these days is heroes, and I think it's absolutely deserved, because we are literally fighting an enemy that has been killing us for centuries, that has more people, that has more technology, that has been preparing for this war probably for years, whose people are absolutely brainwashed in their hatred towards us. And we are winning. We are showing the world that no, being smaller doesn't mean being weaker. We can still win with our intelligence instead of hatred.
Well said. Thank you very much for that. If you allow me, we have Robert, who's been patiently waiting, and then we'll go back to Tom and Peter. Robert.
Yes, thank you, and thanks, Kate, for taking questions. So Gordon Moore has died today, and it was almost 60 years ago that he predicted the doubling of transistors every couple of years. But in that same article, he also said it will lead to personal computing and mobile phone technology, like 60 years ago. Others predicted these too. So technological advance is fairly predictable. And Russia is rich in resources, and despite the global warming, they could have milked oil, gas, and minerals production for decades. They've been adopting Western technology like GPS and the internet. They use propaganda, state-sponsored hacking for espionage and disruption, but they have a shrinking aging population relative to the physical size of the country. China is their threat, as they call themselves an Arctic state, and they are very populous. And NATO has been kind of softening since about 2005. So why is it that Russia didn't milk the energy markets for a decade or two, while building up a machine learning assisted automated industry and military? And how can this be prevented if they, for example, if they withdraw and regroup and start to have these schemes on neighboring countries again in the future? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's actually a very important point you are raising on the population decline. And there is research conducted that 2022 or around this time has been really the only time for Russia to start this war, because their people are dying. The poverty and overall state of Russian economy, like people don't really have much resources to survive or give any kind of future to their children. So they are surviving all this time literally on the ideology of fascism and their religious, rabid religion and orthodoxy, and how we should all believe in some kind of amazing future after death. So it doesn't really matter if you die. The population factor is very important. Putin really had just one chance to attack while there are still young people, well, there are still people in Russia. And unfortunately, there are still lots of people in Russia that are fine with dying and going to war. As I said, Russia has not really developed anything of value. So the only thing they can do is making sure the rest of the world descends into their level. And I also feel sorry for Russian people who are brainwashed to this to such a degree that they think that sacrificing their own life, or even worse, life of their children, is adding to some kind of a major goal. Well, it's not. If Russia wins, there's going to be no great development of humanity or some new things or any progress. It's just going to be more of misery, first and foremost, actually, for Russian people, who will have to live with some kind of idea that they have achieved some victory. And that's why it's great to keep living in this dictatorship. As for technology, I don't really think Russia is much of a threat or much of relevance in any case to the technological development of the world. China would be very smart to take this opportunity and get most of Russian lands under its control. Honestly, I think it would be a better fate for Russia, and many people, at least they will be able to get some decent life. We can criticize Chinese government all we want, but we also should acknowledge that the Chinese authorities have lifted an astonishing number of people out of poverty and created a very strong middle class. So while we disagree with their censorship and their attitude to their people, we should be realistic with seeing that China has succeeded in many ways, and this untold balance of people having something to eat and having more or less decent life, as at the same time as they're being suppressed with censorship, surveillance, and AI. It's just there is this balance and there is this equilibrium in China. And if Chinese people accept this kind of life, who are we to tell them otherwise? So really, I think there will be some major changes in Russia, and I think we didn't really finish the the goals of Ukraine, and I will.
But it's fine. We can return to this. I mean,
I
this
will.
is why
Yeah,
this is a Socratic kind of method. We're literally walking
exactly.
together through the garden.
It's I'm shocked. Like the questions I'm getting are so good, and I had so many things to cover, and I'm interested in so many things, and you guys just bring it all in questions, very thoughtful questions, absolutely amazing. And coming back to Ukrainian goals and how the world has been perceiving Russia, I think it's a very controversial point, but Ukraine has to substitute Russia. I don't think Russia can really bring anything of value to the world. So Ukraine, it's unfortunately up to us to make Russia absolutely irrelevant. It's of course in Ukraine interest and interest of all Eastern European community to see Russia disintegrate. To be fair, it's an interest of Russian people that can finally try to build some kind of a reality in their regions instead of sending all their taxes and their life to Moscow, to Putin, who has already stolen trillions, and hopefully he ends his life very soon. But Ukraine will have to make Russia irrelevant. Um, we all know that most international agreements, most international agreements and international society community overall has been hijacked by Russia after the dissolution of Soviet Union. Russia has not been approved or has not signed any. It wasn't really asked to join United Nations, but it simply um, took the seat from Soviet Union. It took all the nuclear weapons from Soviet Union. It took everything from, to be fair, from the country that we were all somehow maybe unwillingly building, and privatized it to be Russian. Uh, Honestly, most of Russian things, Russian culture, Russian arts, artists, literature, most of these things have been created by Ukrainians or people of Ukrainian origin. So giving Russia all of that credit is, I think, it's not very fair. And I would even go as far as saying that this new part of Russia that will be maybe created after the dissolution of the Russian Federation can potentially be ruled out of Kiev. This will
Now you're making them crazy, Kate.
this will be only fair after everything that Russia has done to us. And
but trust me, do you really want to have that? I mean, this is just like having a house guest you really don't want.
It's a difficult one. I don't know what Russia will do or Russians will do in the future, and I don't think I care too much. But it's definitely important to make them irrelevant as a nation. There's oil and resources and any kind of technological links that they had with the West. All this has to go, and Ukraine has to become a necessary new actor on the world arena that will, first of all, guarantee the securities of Eastern Europe, and this new guarantor, this new guarant Ukrainians are doing on the battlefield.
Good point, Kate. If you allow me, we have 3 questions, and I have a staccato of additional questions. We can go on for hours. I don't know how you're for time, but you know.
Yeah, I think we can definitely do 3 more questions, and then I might go and chill a bit after the trip.
Well, okay, right here, boys. You heard it. Tom, Peter, Daryl. Tom, shoot.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Kate, I was just wondering, like, sort of, is there much of a futurist and transhuman community in Ukraine? I'm just curious.
I mean, I would say that there is a huge community of tech people, and even like various conferences I go to, the number of Ukrainians is very big. So Ukrainians are definitely leaders in technology, and there are lots of companies that are built by Ukrainians or still headquartered in Ukraine. So I don't really know about futurists per se, but the future-oriented people are definitely coming from Ukraine for sure.
Okay, thanks.
All right. We'll actually have to do 2 more questions. Daryl and then Thomas. Daryl.
No, Axel, I'm going to defer my question to Thomas. We'll keep her on the 3, but I'm going to defer
then,
to Thomas.
Peter, our friend Peter, if you could be so patient we can slip in Thomas quickly, because Thomas, being in Japan, I wanted to involve him anyway, but I couldn't get an invitation out of him. Tom.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry to jump in the line, but Kate, I really appreciate. Ohayou gozaimasu. Kate, this is really amazing, and you talked about the bluff by Russia regarding the nuclear weapons. Here we are with North Korea next to us. For years, they have deployed this threat of nuclear war to the point where you talk to anybody in South Korea or Japan, and it's just the boy crying in the woods, wolf. We become immune to it. That doesn't mean we don't let our guard down, but we're really immune to it, and I think that's something that maybe that Europe could take away. But my question is regarding North Korea. It's a hermetically sealed society. The greatest thing they fear, in addition to unified Western military alliances against them, is infiltration of information from the outside world. And they obviously do so much to control that information. Now, some information is coming in through USBs and smuggled in videos from China and things of this sort, to the point now they're getting very irritated. They even created little pavilions to run the North Koreans through, force them through, to show them what types of items might be found and not to pick them up and to report them to the authorities. And here are the penalties if you receive any of this material that's coming in from the outside world. So in the long run, with the technologies developing, do you see this unraveling, this hermetically sealed dictatorships with the advancement of technologies? That's the question, and I'll step back down.
Yeah, thank you very much. And this is actually what I've been writing on quite extensively. And to talk about North Korean society, I'll just bring one example I read some time ago about a prisoner in a North Korean camp that has lived all his life in slavery, and at some point got acquainted with another prisoner who was put into this camp at some point of their life, and they told this other guy that this whole thing is not a reality. It's artificially created society, which which doesn't have to be this way, and there is another world out there where he came from and he experienced, and this one piece of information was enough for this first prisoner to understand that that his life is not okay and actually escape. So it's I think it's very narrow-minded to think that these people in dictatorships do not want a different life, but many quite often they just can't even perceive that there is an opportunity of something else. And unfortunately, I think it's up to democracies and up to us to actually make sure they get this information. They understand that there can be some other world and people can live in a different way. And I think we also have all the resources and technology to do so. Technology is, of course, a very powerful tool, and we need to use it to spread this information, but also to give these people the tools to actually overcome and get rid of from their dictatorships. And one of these technologies, actually, I was thinking about this, and there was a lot of hype around metaverse, for example, how amazing it can be for fashion and computer games and all this funky little stuff. But I think there are so many technologies we can actually use to battle dictatorships and open the world for different people that have been suffering under these regimes. And for example, with metaverse, it's quite interesting to see an amazing example that Cixin Liu, a Chinese sci-fi writer, is giving us. He has written about the group of dissidents that has created this virtual reality world, a game that all of them can join at certain time and play this game, and also talk to each other in a in a safe place. Because in this book, the group of people has been persecuted around the globe. Because they were actually the traitors of humanity, and they were trying to inform the alien society on the plans of humanity, and they were trying to make sure aliens come and take over the Earth. But the same principle can be definitely applied to dissidents in general, and dissidents in various dictatorial societies like North Korea or Russia. We simply need to give them the tools to to come together, to know that they're not alone, and they can they can work to disrupt these dictatorships, I think, from within.
The interesting thing is, as Thomas in Japan, and we can always contrast this, I agree with you, Kate, we need to use technology for the betterment. We need to allow technology to be used by those who are otherwise weak, so that they can get more transparency about the decisions which are taken, even upon them and against them. But the key thing is, Tom, you can highlight this. In Japan, technology plays a completely different role. It makes things more efficient and in a group more effective. The technology helps you avoid accidents, be it in cars, or it speeds up the service of trains, the planning of society. It reduces friction and cost. Whereas the same technology, the same audio, video, recognition technology, Tom, in China is used for a completely different authoritarian agenda. How is it that Japan can do it so much differently? Because what Kate and I are arguing is that we should follow a model of more engagement with technology. We just need to be very careful as to who we give it to. Tom, what do you think?
Well, the underpinning is that we have 70 years of a liberal democratic society here with competing political parties. We have a multi-party open system. Sometimes the conservatives are in control, sometimes the liberals are in control. We have media from the right to the left and everything in between. And even the fringe right-wing people go out in their imperial flag trucks and with their bullhorns, and people ignore it, but they allow it. So we come from the position that the underlying pinnacle is that freedom. And then there's also the Japanese concept of constant improvement, kaizen. And the society generally likes to move forward to create the good for both Japan, the Japanese, and the world. I think that's a fundamental difference between our neighbor next door. I really do.
So that means a nation, Kate, like yours, like Ukraine, which now has embarked on democracy, has fought for democracy, can use technology, just like Japan has done, for completely different purposes and excel with it, as opposed to what Russia is doing just a few miles to the east.
Yeah, absolutely. I think technology is just a tool. It's not an end. It's simply a tool that can be used very differently based on the motivations and the end goals of people. So, of course, we know what technology is being used for in Europe and what is being used for in China.
Very
And
good point.
yeah, and by the way, about Japan,
Yes, please.
if you guys, if anyone has any recommendations about Japan or Korea or Hong Kong, please let me know. And if yeah, I'll be there next week. If anyone is there, I'd love to meet you. And yeah, it would be great to get to know each other.
Tom, where are you next week?
I will be here in the big Mekong. The Mekong is the small tangerine. That's what we nicknamed Tokyo. So I'll be here, happy to meet.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, perfect. I'm so excited. People always tell me that Japan is like a totally different planet. And so far, I've experienced only one country that feels like a different planet, and it's been Iceland. So I'm definitely, yeah, very excited about this.
Thank you very much. We had one more question from Peter, if you don't mind, Kate.
Sure.
Yeah, Kate.
Peter, please.
Yeah, Kate, it's been absolutely wonderful listening to you because I couldn't disagree with anything that you've said. It's just been amazing, especially about your insights into China. And I think with Russia has got nothing. Like I keep saying, it's like a gas station. Russia could have gone like China, but it never did. And it's like stuck back in it's stuck back in the past, and all they have is this imperialistic desire and warmongering desire, and they've got nothing else.
That's actually very funny because I think whenever some nation starts hearing about their greatness and exceptionalism, people need to understand that they're being screwed over. If someone starts telling you the fairy tales of your superiority and exceptionalism, chances are that they want you to do something funny. So this is exactly what Russians have been finding themselves for centuries. To be fair, this imperialism has prevented their own nation from any kind of development. And you mentioned Russia, comparing Russia to China. I think it's also very interesting to compare Russia to Middle East, which actually is very similar in terms of being, in terms of starting as a gas station of a country. And unfortunately, Russia has stayed a gas station of the world, while Middle Eastern countries, for example, Saudi Arabia and UAE, have managed to develop to such an extent that Dubai, for example, is one of the key destinations for people, not just for tourism, but many people are moving there because of tax reasons and safety. And obviously, there is an argument about slavery and how they have built Dubai. But what Middle Eastern countries managed to achieve only shows that starting with resources and oil or gas doesn't really mean you cannot develop your own population.
Yeah, can I just coming on to China? I heard a really interesting discussion on a big tech company, tech site, and they were basically China is, you can get flats in China which are very, very expensive. They like their Lexus cars now. They're, as you said, very middle class. And China is trying to reinvent its authoritarianism. And they're trying to do that through technology. We all know you have a face identity now, and you have, I think London actually has more cameras than anywhere in the world.
TV, yeah.
With China, what they're trying to do is to reinvent their authoritarianism, if I'm correct. And what they're trying to do is, if you imagine, say, Russia as being a fish tank, where the poor little fish sees a glass wall everywhere it turns, and the free world being a reef in the sea. And that fish darts from one reef to another reef, etc., and it can feed in the natural world. China's trying to pick a piece of that reef, stick it in an aquarium, so that fish thinks, oh, I can move around and do what I want. But it's not. It's being that they're trying to watch everything their people are doing and to hear everything their people are doing, so they can have that control while giving the impression that those people are free. I mean, what do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is there to think? I definitely wouldn't want to live in China at the moment. While I think the way they adopt technologies and manage to create viable companies that can actually compete on the world arena is definitely commendable. But it doesn't mean that anyone would really want to live in this society that has the goal of creating, a socialism basically through technological surveillance and domination. So yeah, it's interesting to see what China is doing with technology, and it's also interesting to see what the whole world is doing and how they're using technology. And we can clearly observe that during the last decades, dictatorial and authoritarian societies and countries have only became stronger. And as a futurist or as a tech enthusiast, I unfortunately have to admit that a large part of this has been the adoption and progress of technologies. And social media, unfortunately, has played not only amazing liberating part like it was in Arab Spring protests, but eventually it has been used by governments that have been pressuring social media companies and various other technology multinationals to disclose sensitive information about their people, blackmailing these companies that they wouldn't be allowed to function in there. So yeah, it's really devastating, but dictatorships are unfortunately on the rise and they are getting stronger. And this is why also the war in Ukraine is so important to change this trend.
Excellent. Kate, thank you very much. I know we missed your hard stop by about 20 minutes, but having said this, thank you very much for taking the time and sharing this with us this evening. That was quite delightful. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, thank you for inviting me. Honestly, it's always a great pleasure, and I always have great discussions and feedback afterwards. And yeah, I can't miss this chance to promote my Odessa NAFO tour. And
You should.
I have to say, I'm actually not joking, and I think that it should be relatively safe or fully safe if hopefully our counteroffensive goes well to travel to Odessa. I'm planning to visit my parents and everyone is definitely welcome. I will create an agenda. I don't think Jenny will join me because she's London based, but you will all have an opportunity to get amazing exclusive kittens from Javelina. I think they're all out by now. I think, yeah, there are about 5, 6. I'll need to talk to my mom. But yeah, they're up for grabs. So yeah, hope to see you guys in Ukraine and obviously in London if you're coming. If you're here, we'll be very happy to meet.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I'm sure you'll enjoy being in Tokyo. It is an absolutely astonishing place. And Tom will be a great host. All right. Thank you, Kate. Let's look. Everybody give a big hand to Kate. It was a pleasure. And let's get to Odessa then.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to seeing you, to meeting you. And yeah, looking forward to celebrating Ukrainian victory in Crimea.
Absolutely. Off to victory. And Yehuda says hi and apologizes yet again that he couldn't be here with me. But there you go. Let's go. Thank you very much, Kate. Much appreciated. Take it away.
All right.
Take it away.
All right, Kate. She spoke of a lot of things, and Ukraine taking over Russia. Yeah, that probably would be something that would be kind of funny, considering that China may have their eyes on the eastern part of Russia. They got a lot of things to worry about there. But anyway, Nick, what about you?
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it, and she was talking at one point. She was talking about kind of Russia's technological backwardness, and I see that an alert listener has sent me a tweet with a clip of some quite astonishingly antiquated-looking Russian equipment rolling along a road. There are trucks that look like they're out of 1940s America, and indeed probably are, towing field guns, and there's what appears to be a Mark I Katyusha. So the T-34s really can't be far behind. It must be very cheering for the Ukrainians to see that rolling over the horizon. In fact, I suspect their biggest problem is it's going to feel like a waste to take out a T-34 with the kind of ammunition that you use in a Leopard. It'll just feel like a bit of overkill, and perhaps they should just kill them all with the auto cannons of the Bradleys. So yeah, no, very very interesting, and I learned a lot.
All right. Let's see. We have Tom. Go ahead.
Hey Daryl, yeah, I just had an interesting thought. I think all the futurism has made me think of. There was a really brilliant sci-fi author who sadly died a few years ago called Ian Banks, and he wrote. It was quite a utopian sci-fi about society in a different part of our galaxy, run by artificial intelligences, called The Culture. And there is some relevance to this. It's one of the stories in it is called The Player of Games, and in that story, there's a strategy game which a evil imperialist empire uses, and they use this strategy game to train the person that's basically in charge of their evil empire. And the utopian culture comes up against this, and what they do is the person that's the player of games in the culture goes to play against them. And it's really interesting because what he does is he wins at this strategy game not by defeating them militarily, but by absorbing the culture of this strategy game, which is so complicated, it's more like a computer simulation than chess or something. It actually absorbs their culture into the culture of the side that he's got. And this is interesting because I think actually we've tried to do something similar to this, like since the end of the Cold War. I think what we kind of assumed is that if we did business with Russia, with China, etc., that they would, by virtue of economically being linked to us, become in some way culturally absorbed. And I think you can sort of see why people thought that might work. I think after World War II, the cultures that produced Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, very much changed. But I think they changed because of the military defeat. I think that was prerequisite to that. And I think people assumed in the optimism of the 1990s at the end of the Cold War that Russia and China in particular would get absorbed into the fold, and even pariahs like Iran and North Korea might eventually do so. They might just think, doing business with the West is better than being their enemies and fighting them all the time. And unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. But it clearly is possible for cultures to really change. And could be absorbed into a broader culture of the West, one that's based on, the rule of law, property rights, democracy, liberalism with a small L. I don't mean sort of political liberalism. I just mean actually having freedom, sort of liberty rather than liberalism. And I think that it might be possible, but I don't know what the prerequisites are. And it clearly hasn't worked with Russia and China since the 1990s. They've continued down their own path. And I just wonder if, like, the thing that led me onto this was Kate talking about Ukraine taking over Russia. I don't think that's going to happen militarily, but I think Ukraine has willingly sort of taken on the good aspects of Western culture because it likes them, freedom, democracy, that sort of thing. It's been willingly absorbed in the same way that people willingly join NATO because it's better than the alternative. And I hope that the rest of the world is going to slowly evolve in that direction. I hope I'm not being too vague. Is what I'm saying making sense to people?
I mean, it's the story we tell ourselves about the success of the post-World War II European project, starting arguably, or at least in the legend, with the European coal and steel community and the idea that we would integrate the heavy industries of France and Germany so they wouldn't go to war with each other again, and building on that. And the story is very much that the European project has kept the peace because you don't go and drop bombs on a country that makes the car you want to buy, and it worked pretty well. And when it didn't work in Yugoslavia, we sort of pretended it was because, Yugoslavs weren't buying many of our high-end cars yet. And we kind of, I think, had this idea that if we got Russia to the point where people there were buying our consumer goods and traveling to our countries and etc., that they wouldn't, that they would want to, extend that cooperation. And clearly we got that wrong. But then we also, within our own societies in the West, have to deal with the certain number of discontents. The far leftists who were never really satisfied because they were living under capitalism, but also the far right people who think we've gone to hell in a handcart and we're all degenerate and Mr. Putin will put a stop to that. We somehow failed. It somehow failed in the case of Russia. It will be interesting to see actually whether China's middle class, how long they will put up with the Communist Party. But in the case of Russia, we sort of failed. And the question is, why did we fail? And should we also perhaps look at why our own discontents are discontented? Because in the last 10 to 15 years, we've seen that those people have become much more vocal, have built political movements of their own. And so that's the little little qualification to what I said about the success of the European project is there are people who are still unhappy despite the fact that we've built a prosperous and peaceful society. Because I think some people still have trouble coming to terms with their own existential issues and general misanthropy. And I think Russia is a country that kind of institutionalizes misanthropy. So to me, misanthropy is a relatively complete explanation for all of this. But
No, it'd be interesting to know, like, what are the necessary factors to absorb people into a broader culture of, say, like the West, say, or of like freedom and democracy. Like, has it got to be total military defeat, American military bases and rewriting the Constitution? Like, is that what's required, or is there a way that you could get it without it being quite so severe as that? I don't know the answer to this question. I'm just curious. Mic check, you've all gone quiet.
I don't know, the two co-hosts seem to be having issues with their unmuting.
Yes, absolutely. I'm here, of course. I was in the midst of turning over a plate again. I mean, a pan. So there we go. Yes, this is how we do it. We have to cook sometimes in the midst of co-hosting, and so it happens. We get caught off guard. Peter, well, let me see. Duke, go ahead.
Good evening, but I believe Peter was first in line, so
No,
I yield back.
You go first, please.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you, and what a great conversations also just before, and I love the comments of Nick, and of course Del, you too. But what I'm thinking about the difference of cultures and the mixing of
Duke, hey, Duke,
yeah.
I'm sorry, your connection is really bad.
All right.
We're catching a little bit of it, but it sounds like you're in between towers.
Okay, I roll back and in, and I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we have to be really careful that we don't allow Russia to do what it does best, which is to is propaganda, and which they do with their own people, so that they're experts at it. And there was a massive change probably 5-6 weeks ago now, when Russia started to make the USA the enemy. And it was all of a sudden kind of Ukraine didn't exist. It was the USA, and Russia was fighting the USA, and it was obviously trying to cause a divide between authoritarians and democracy. And I think we have to be really careful with China, because the more Russia pushes us to get angry with China and divide from China, the more Russia is succeeding in that propaganda. China
Peter,
is.
Peter, can I say something to that real quick?
Yeah, go with it.
If we treat China with kid gloves as we have done Russia, we basically will be doing the same exact thing.
No, I'm not saying we treat them with kid gloves at all. What I'm trying to say is that this is what Russia is trying to do at the moment, which is to, because it is losing badly, it is trying to cause this. I wouldn't even be surprised if Russia wasn't behind those balloons.
I would certainly push back on that.
You would?
China, no. Yes, I would, because Russia is doing everything because this is the way Russia has been. China can't do anything to force Russia into this. They may have said, "Hey, we don't care," at the beginning, after Sochi, but as far as them pushing Russia into this invasion, I would push back on that wholeheartedly. Russia has had this design on Ukraine for a while.
Yeah, I think you've misunderstood what I'm saying there. I'm trying to say that Russia at the moment is trying to get support because it is losing, and it's trying to get support by creating a division. China is a tier 1 trading bloc, so it's with the USA and with the EU. Those are the 3 tier 1s. The 3 tier 1s set all the trading rules that everybody, tier 2 like the UK or South Korea, all follow. Now, China is in a very awkward position that more than 50% of its economy depends on the West. So it's probably more aligned with the West than it is with a dead ender like Russia, or a dead ender like Iran or a dead ender like North Korea, where they're never going to even replace a fraction of their economy by pushing too far away from the West. And they know that. So by us saying, oh, right, the bloody Chinese, we're going to do this, that, and the other to you, etc., is just playing Putin's game. That doesn't mean we don't say to China, you don't do it. We do say to China, well, you don't do this, you don't do that. Otherwise, you lose all your economy. And that is
but
the fact.
think about it this way. Russia has been a first world trading partner. It chose to go backwards. They had all the trade that they could, except for the fact that they didn't produce anything other than natural resources. They fertilizers, oil, even caviar, all of these things. They were trading with everyone, except for they went backwards after the fall when Putin took over. They reversed any outward trends to trading when they started being belligerent, and then set in all of the sanctions. Agree?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I agree totally. I think Russia.
How is this pushing? Being jealous of China. Russia just had nothing to offer. They didn't have the manpower to offer that China did, and that's exactly why many American companies moved to China. Was the manpower, cheap manpower, just like Indonesia and Thailand and all the other Pacific Rim.
Yeah, but Russia is doing what it's good at, which is propaganda, and it is at the moment trying to cause a big divide and trying to separate. It's trying to, through this visit of Xi to China, I put up two articles that Russia has achieved nothing in those deals or that visit, and I don't think they will. And it's I just think we have to be careful of not putting more divide with China than we need to, because Russia needs to be isolated. And I totally agree with everything you've said. I mean, Russia it's almost locked itself in the past, and it's not moved forwards at all with its people where it could have done. It had the opportunity of trading with the West and becoming more in tune with the West, but it didn't take it. And it is just completely locked, and it needs to finish.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Peter. Let's see. Nick, who we had? We had Tom or Chris?
I had either Jerome or Clyde next. I didn't see between Jerome or Clyde.
You're correct. Jerome?
Yeah, I'm going to be real quick. I just think back to Tom's point. It's all based upon an independent judiciary. They're losing the term Western, I hope, because it's countries throughout the world. Western losing its geographic terminology, maybe. But I just think everything filters back through a independent judiciary. We have laws. We slipped and allowed Russia, China to play in our sphere without properly applying rules that were already there. And so an independent judiciary, I think, is key. And I think Ukraine now, I don't know all the details, but they're struggling with, well, maybe not struggling, but I think they weeded out the people in the anti-corruption arm there a little while ago. So they're really looking carefully at that, because you have to have a judiciary that's bought in by the population for a basis for private property, for just settling, and an independent judiciary. And that's the basis of everything else. Without that, you can't go forward. That can rule on legislation, that can rule on all sorts of matters, and the rule applied in an even-handed manner. So I think that's the answer. Thank you.
Right, thanks,
Jerome, can I quickly come back on that? Because I agree with you. I think, you know, an independent judiciary is clearly necessary for the rule of law. Is that like the only thing that's needed, or do you think that's like one ingredient of the kind of cake of freedom, if that makes sense? Is there other things needed as well?
It's basically the foundation of the house. Of course, other things are needed, but if no one trusts the foundation, I'm not going up the steps to the second floor.
What?
So,
what you wanted me to cook?
Basically,
Daryl, hot mic.
Daryl,
normally.
Daryl,
he's getting
hot mic.
He's getting yelled at by the other hand.
And you
just like, Daryl.
Tom, they need you.
Maybe we had the bendy.
Daryl. Hey. If iftar coming up in Daryl's household, I'm sure there are some critical moments of cooking going on. Carry on, Jerome, please.
Yeah, I think I'm and I wasn't disagreeing with Tom. Tom, please. And I just think always seems like every disagreement can be settled by a judge, whether political, economic. But of course, those judges have to be independent. So, and then everything else flows from that. So, no matter the government, I think again, it's a rarely pretty obvious observation on my part. I don't mean to think I'm saying anything new or anything, but thank you.
When we were I was reading the Greco report yesterday on the progress that Ukraine has made, the areas where it still needs to make progress were on judicial and the kind of management of it was some fairly advanced stuff, but it was aspects of judicial independence and also aspects of prosecutorial independence, and just generally getting the judicial system fit for purpose, and those were the areas where progress still needed to be made. But one or two of these changes actually required a constitutional change, and you can't really amend your constitution while you're in a situation of martial law. So they were kind of understanding, but it's absolutely true, and we've seen this with the dispute that Poland was having with the European Union until, well, they still are, but it's kind of on hold, of Poland attempting to infringe judicial independence. We're seeing that right now, including this evening, playing out in Israel, where there's a lot of drama around that. And I mean, arguably, we see that from time to time in the US, where getting your party's people, or people perceived to be favorable to your party, onto the Supreme Court is, politicians will try and game absolutely every aspect of the independent judiciary. And it's one reason why actually international supervision can sometimes be a good idea, hence the Greco project, where countries agree to allow the quality of the independence of their judiciary and many other anti-corruption aspects to be discussed in public and improved upon by experts from other countries. Now, after that, we had Chris or Fella Who Bonks, and I can't remember which was which, and then Lexicon. So I'm going to go with Fella Who Bonks completely arbitrarily, unless you happen to know that you were ahead of him, Chris. And then we'll go to Chris and then to Lexicon.
I know that he was not ahead of me, so he should go first.
Go on, Chris, otherwise we'll be here all night. Go on, Chris, otherwise we'll be here all night.
Yeah, well, I don't know what all of the about is, but I was just going to go back to the the China issue that Daryl was talking about with Peter and that. And I think where Daryl was getting to is that we're in danger of making the same mistake with China as we have with Russia, and also I think I guess at the minute I'm thinking this through, but I'm a bit influenced by the Jingu school of thinking, if you like, on China, which is that like China is well, Xi certainly is way worse than Putin, and
absolutely, he is Mao with money.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Axel. Yes, exactly. And so that's like where my head's at the minute. And it's like, so basically, my view is this has nothing to do with Putin calling any tunes. It's all to do with Xi pulling strings, isn't it? Really, Axel? Would you agree?
Nah, not 100%. Nothing is 100%. Sorry, I apologize. I made the mistake of biting into this biscuit. I thought, one second.
Don't worry, Axel. Yeah. No, I don't expect you to 100%, but you know what I mean. Basically.
There's a trend. There's definitely the trend that Xi at the moment believes that he is stronger. Now, at the same time, his navy is a shambles. His air force is a disaster. The planes he has have stolen technology. They haven't been in combat. His military has never been tested. And I don't mean the sticks and stones they exchange with the Indians on the mountains. Whenever they engaged in combat, they failed or just lost a ridiculous amount of human beings only. Now, this may have changed with technology. They may be good at certain levels of violence. Yes, they may be good at creating disinformation and the likes, but ultimately the corruption which permeates the People's Republic of China, led by their Communist Party, the fiefdom structure, the elevation of yaysayers and fiefdom supporting, tribute paying vassals matters a great deal. And that has been analyzed many times over. So there is a good opportunity that if and when China were to strike first, that it will fail because the Japanese will be significantly better prepared. The South Koreans, rock will be like a rock. They'll be one of the most well-prepared defenders of freedom in the region. And as much as the Chinese build what Patton called a testament to the stupidity of men, fixed fortifications in the sea, they will be taken out. Mobility matters at sea. The Chinese have no submarine force to speak of on the level as what is required. ASW is a mainstay of Brits and Americans. If the Australians can learn it and get good at it, and if we can teach a few more Europeans what the Dutch already know and the Germans should have not forgotten, maybe, just maybe, we get really good at it on a global level. And then the Chinese have absolutely nothing on us.
Well, yeah, Axel, and like, I don't know this in detail, but just a few things I've heard. It looks to me like we're actually moving pretty rapidly to beef up that area. So, the Americans in particular are moving fast to beef up that area. Maybe they believe what Jingu is saying. And actually, somebody sent me something, Axel, in DMs that where somebody else is basically saying, yeah, maybe the Chinese will try and do something within the next 3 years. So, we better get our butts in gear type of thing, But, the other thing, Axel, as well, is like, we're getting all of this like, oh, yeah, Xi is like, in a bubble, everybody's, like yes men and telling him what he wants to hear. And I'm like, oh God, same thing again. It's just weird.
That can be weird. That can be weird. But here we go. This is where we are. Fella, go ahead.
Sorry, one sec. The speaker panel is a little full. If you don't need to speak, please drop down to listener, and if not, we will have to select some people via the sophisticated lucky dip machine that we have here in our undisclosed location and zap you down. Sorry, go ahead, fella.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and kind of agree with what Chris and one of the prior speakers was saying about China. You know, I think we're pretty close to making the same mistake with them that, you know, we made with the Russians all of those years ago. And, you know, it was my sole point of disagreement with the prior headline guest, you know, just because the people there seem to be okay with the way their government is. You know, you can't really trust that all that much. And, you know, for that matter, China's population has peaked. They're aging rapidly, and they have a single opportunity to soft land their economy and their government. And that, quite frankly, will not survive a military conflict with the West. So I don't know how far they're really willing to push this bluff with Taiwan, you know, or if they're actually stupid enough to do it. And you know, like I think it was Axel who pointed out, the ASW capabilities of the Western countries. It's going to turn it into a very unpleasant, probably worse than Russia is currently experiencing for a whole bunch of families who were only ever allowed to have one child. And if you talk about something destabilizing the bond of trust between the defective communist government and the brainwashed masses, I think that just about might do it in short order.
You really think that will? Fella, you really think that?
I think so. You know, they give their government reins so long as the good times keep rolling. And if Xi is stupid enough to start a confrontation with us over Taiwan, they're going to lose a lot of people on a lot of boats in the Taiwan Straits real quick. Isn't it? It's April through October is the time period of the year where that's actually navigable by the type of craft they would need to send across, correct? Because I know it's pretty stormy and pretty choppy for a decent chunk of the year. You don't really want to try to push boats through it.
You'll be surprised how boats can fare. It's just depending on the type of crafts that they have.
A large untested navy.
That's the key point. They have a large untested navy and army.
And how much of this?
The thing is, I don't know. Being that they've never experienced war, in the sense of a national, other than in World War II, and too many. There's not many alive from that time period, I would imagine. They don't have that. They don't have that memory of what a war, a war looks like. So I don't think they're going to have that same feeling that we would have with we've been at war for 10 years and whatnot, and our economy has adapted, although the population is starting to wane on the idea of us being there or something like that. So they don't have that. And so war to them would be a brand new thing.
And that's kind of why I think when the body bags start coming back home, these people have never dealt with this. And add on to the, very valid point of their forces are completely uncombat tested, except against their own minority groups, kind of like the Russians. They're pretty good at oppressing, unarmed civilians. But how much of that hardware do we think is probably just copied from Russian designs and made to look a little different? And it's like
I would say it's a copy from American designs in some cases.
Yeah,
I think they're copying from American designs because, yeah, they have Russian. What they want is something like ours. The Russians used to copy us quite a bit. That's why you look at the Fulcrum came out around the same time that the Tomcat did. A lot of the things that we did, they did. You look at their aircraft, and a lot of the characteristics of the modern fighter look exactly alike, with our Hornet and our F-15 Eagles to a certain extent.
Well, I hope we don't find out, and I kind of don't think that we will.
Me either. Okay, fella, I'm gonna go ahead and go with Lexicon.
Hi. Just before, 1 second, Lexicon. So it's coming up to the top of the hour. I turn into a pumpkin in about 90 seconds. So I will drop down, not for the first time this session, but drop down not to come back. I will beam myself up out of the co-host pod in an undisclosed location, and I think we will have a new host coming in very shortly. Good night, all, and I'll see you tomorrow an hour later, or is it an hour earlier? Because here in Europe, in 2 hours' time, our clocks are going forward by an hour, and normal time zone differences between Europe and North America will be getting restored. It will be back to 5 hours from New York to London, and it will be back for 10 hours from Los Angeles to Kyiv. So see y'all hopefully tomorrow.
All right. Good night, Nick. Pleasure flying with you up here. It's been a long afternoon, but I'm gonna go ahead and Lexicon, and then I think either Anda or Doc Bites is gonna join me here for a second, and then I am gonna drop. Go ahead, Lex.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, I sure hope that she isn't going to be so crazy as to have a military adventure, and I don't really think he will, but I think it's very, very hard for us to gauge, really, so many angles here. But I appreciated Peter. I mean, I've always said I can't see why he would need to do that, because the relationship with Taiwan becomes more and more and more intertwined every year, every week practically. But it troubles me that she has vowed to take back Taiwan, which I think is insane. So if he's insane, okay, I sure hope not. But I did very much appreciate Peter's point about us being careful nonetheless about China, because what I saw from a distance, America wanted to pivot to China. And in the course of Trump's presidency, it seemed that you could no longer say the word China. And I once tweeted it, seems that he's ensured that no American knows how to pronounce the word China, because he was just China virus and China this, really bad stuff. And as a consequence, I think very much of that, but something sort of a one-way street sometimes, or hard to come back from. There's been a level of intolerance. It's not just Chinese, it's all kinds of Asian people. And there are tons of Asian people in our North America. And we've seen something like quadrupling, if not more, of anti-Asian race crimes, crimes of hatred. And I think that with our knowledge as scarce as it is, and what binds us together is our concerns about Ukraine, of course it's important to talk about the China-Russia relationship and what might be happening, but I just think we know so little, and we have not as yet, fingers crossed, seen China do too much that's too bad, but they might, but they might not. So I just think I think Peter's word was really good, to be careful and to really make sure that we're not kind of, engendering a whole group of people with, anyway, just fomenting hostilities at a day-to-day, people-to-people level. And that can be the unfortunate byproduct of that kind of talk. And so I think there's been enough, and there's been too much. And I think it's better for us, to be careful, and to also look carefully at just what links it to Ukraine, and that's all. That should be the sum of it. That's my view.
Lexicon, I agree with you 100%.
Oh, how nice.
No, I frequently do. I just don't always get a chance to tell you. As I kind of transitioned into my hosting duties tonight with you, I just wanted to take that one chance to tell you that I do agree with you very often. And China is an adversary, and we need to be real serious about that here in this country. And I appreciate people like you that are keeping that conversation in the forefront, because we can make a lot of big mistakes coming soon, or we can do a lot of things that are going to set us forward. I think the current path we're on is better than the one we were on before, and we're taking back some of that control, but we need to remain ever vigilant, right? I'm good at it as a right, Lexicon.
Absolutely. I'm with you.
Okay, with that, we're going to go to, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, Ovin.
Yeah, thank you. About China, they don't impress me. A few years ago, I bought a brand new tractor made in China. The assembly was hilarious. On left side, they used Phillips head bolts. On the same parts on the right side, they were attached with hexagon head bolts. The chrome on the levers start corroding at the first year. After 2 years, the tractor's value had dropped below a 30 years old similar size Ford tractor. So they don't impress me at all. The quality of their product is very poor.
You know, I lived in Manhattan for many years, and at one point in Brooklyn. And in Brooklyn, there were a lot of these small bodegas, which I don't know if this word translates out to the world, but it's a small corner store, convenience store kind of place, but also with grocery. And there was a flood of ones from China, and their pricing was good. It was comfortable. And, you know, my apartment was only like 700 square feet. It was super small. So I couldn't really go to Costco or Sam's Club or a big wholesale store and buy a whole bunch of stuff. I kind of had to buy as I went. And I could just tell the difference in the quality of their food. It was just something that was just different about it, that I couldn't even shop in those stores. So it's everything in their culture, in my view, more so than just armaments, right? I'm going to take that as a right. Anda, I see you've joined us. How are you tonight?
Good evening. I'm very well, thank you. Happy to be co-hosting with you.
Yes, our first time, isn't it?
Yes.
And for all of you out there, Enda is a trainer that helps teach us how to do it. So every time I make a mistake, that's who you point your finger at.
Yeah, I'm to blame. I'm also to blame because there is very hot water running outside. That's why there is very hot weather in this period. And I can think of others, other reasons for which it's my fault. Basically, it's my fault. So if anything goes wrong, my fault. Yeah.
We're a global community, right? And that's one of the issues as an organization that we have to struggle with also is we're all in different time zones. It works to our advantage because we are 24/7, 360. No, I can't even say 365, 389, 390. I'm not sure what the exact number of days it's been since a Russian horde invaded a peaceful nation of wonderful people, but we've been here that entire time live, and it's because we have great listeners and great co-hosts all over the world that are helping keep this mission going. It's pretty impressive.
If I'm not mistaken, there are 395 days since they invaded. So yeah, um, it's been a while. That being said, we are going to stay here and support Ukraine until these things go away. And we will kindly ask you to share and retweet the space. Let everyone know we are here. We're gonna have Chuck Fire coming in a bit. It's gonna be wild Saturday night. So
yes, this whole new, we're not even going to call it bullet points because, I'm usually there on Thursdays with Alan and Chuck and Daryl and Tuesdays as well. So this craziness of having Chuck come on in 3 hours, just under 3 hours, as Anda and I will be saying goodnight to the world. Commander Farr will be coming on board to speak to an audience that doesn't get to hear him as often. I did hear a rumor that, being that he and I are shipmates, he might sneak in a little bit early and come say hi to us before that marathon starts tonight. So we're hoping for that because, I love the guy and we're always hoping that he can come in and share an update because there is a lot going on in Ukraine. I took advantage of the day today and I spent some time listening to other people's spaces, other people that are very concerned about Ukraine and wish the best and are trying to do good things and keep information out there. And I noticed John Spencer, our good friend, was on another space, and I wanted to go see what he was checking out. And because we know he's got a trip upcoming to Kyiv soon, and he's going to spend some time in there. I don't know if this is in preparation for another forthcoming book or what, but I know that he'll be lending valuable assistance to anybody that has a moment to hear from him while he's there. And we're very lucky to have him as a part of our group. But I did hear some interesting conversations that were going around tonight, and I heard a lot of talk about the depleted uranium shells that the U.S. is now providing that Russia has been using forever, but now they're squealing because, escalatory, depleted uranium, and then all this baloney that's going on out there about what a DU shell is. Is it radioactive? What does it mean? And I am telling you what, I am here to debunk that. I have personally been around them and handled them. So I can tell you that I'm still here. So I've also, go ahead, Andrew.
That was one of my questions, and we will come back to that. But we have Duke with his hand up, so maybe we can see if he has a question or something, a comment, and then I will have some questions about the depleted uranium.
Great. Hi, Duke. Welcome up.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me all right? Because there was a problem earlier in the evening.
Mic check, copy.
Okay. What I want to say, early on, they were also talking about that project failed from the Iron Curtain went down. And we thought with Russia and a little bit with China, we can do business and everything is well. But I think, culture and policies differ a lot. And sometimes also at a tiny level. In Holland, people have pets and they are spending a lot of money and they're really pampering them then. But if you go to more East European countries or to Spain, then in the average life, the animal pet is less important. And in Holland, we complain a lot now about the lack of trust in the government because everybody has his own interest and doesn't feel heard of heard his voice. But yeah, we like to nag about everything and not realizing how good life is exactly. And yeah, the difference between socialism, communism, or capitalism. Yeah, we can't start all over society. I think if you want to get rid of capitalism, then we should start all over again. I think otherwise it's a no-go. And so I'm wondering that optimism of doing trade and business that will bring our nations all together. Yeah, I don't think that will be enough. And so that I think there should be another component to that story.
Wasn't that the promise, though? Well, I mean, isn't that why Merkel sold Germany to Russia, basically? The promise that our economies were stronger and more important, and that we would avoid wars going forward through economic influence and relationships, that you didn't want to do it, and yet here we are, right?
Yeah, that's wrong. Germany
exactly.
cannot be sold to Russia because Russia is not even close to 4.5% of Germany's total exports. So that's crap. The energy dependency Germany could have changed by itself by simply continuing with its nuclear power. So the dependency is one thing, but it's not sold to it. You need to be, as we say in Germany or in German, lass mal die Kirche im Dorf. Let the church remain in the village.
Yeah.
Understood. I was going broad with that, actual, for sure, but
that was not broad. That was carpet bombing for a little sport.
throwing out a little angst. But my point being is that there was the prevalent thought that through economic relationships we would avoid future conflicts that were non-economic because the devastation that would be caused by them, and yet here we are.
No, I think so, but to me, a strange thing happened during the fall of the Berlin Wall. I closed that period I watched that period very closely when it was happening. But Helmut Kohl, the clever guy, people in East Germany were shouting, "Wir sind das Volk," we are the people. And he said, "Okay, we are one people." And they say, "Okay, the two Germans are now Germany's are now together now." So yeah, it's a strange thing how politics and borders move around, and especially when you look in the Arabic world and you look on the map, you only see straight lines from people who ever conquered it and divided it amongst themselves. And now they're complaining from, yeah, there are border conflicts. Yeah, there were no natural borders, and yeah, that is also a reason for conflict. The talks of politicians. Okay, that's what I have to say.
The thing is, and I think you were up this morning when we discussed about this. There are many nations in Europe with different traditions and with different ambitions, which meant over the centuries, some areas exchanged hands several times. Let's put it this way. If you go back 500 years ago, you will not have the same borders, right? Like you have right now. And this is something that is, let's say, natural in terms of a result to human nature, right? My grandma had an expression that between states there are no permanent friendships, but permanent interests. So as interests change, alliances change. That's important to keep in mind as you look at history and how things took turns from one century to another, from one leader to another, because leaders actually make a difference. How should I put this? In modern times, you have mechanisms that prevent authority, put boundaries to authority, right? So you won't have the entire power in the hands of a single person. Not everywhere, but in general, as a strategy of, because we found out during centuries that authoritative regimes do not fare well. They don't have good results for the people. So that's one of the things that I lost my thought. I'm sorry. One of the reasons for which we implemented, for example, the system of having two cameras, right? A parliament usually have parliaments with two cameras, right? And this is actually a system. Chambers. Yes, I'm sorry. Chambers.
No, I'm helping. I'm helping our colonial audience. I apologize. I'm just trying to assist.
No, you're right. So the reason you have two chambers is that even if a biased law passes one, you'll have another, and you have time actually to realize what's happening and to stop it, right? To address the matter until it passes the second chamber. And it's actually a preferable option for emerging democracies. Yeah. So some keep them, some renounced and choose to have just one chamber, but usually this is the reason you have two, and this is also a mechanism that prevents having an authoritarian regime taking over the power focused in one hand, and you actually can see what happens when you have the power in one hand. You can see Russia, how it develops. You can see North Korea, how it developed. And you can see, in some way of fashion, China, and how they developed and are developing right now. Because they basically, in all three cases, you don't have a pushback. You don't have an opposition, a valid opposition, and the possibility of speaking up. If you speak up, you're sent to jail, or something happens to you, like you mistake a window for a door, right? So people are mindful of what they are saying and how they are saying, right? And this is something, for example, Doc hasn't need he didn't need to confront that, right? In his life, he has the option to vote, and I think many of us we don't take into consideration how important that is, and how important it is for us to get informed who we are voting there and what are our rights, and the fact that you can actually push back you have this opportunity, and many people in traditional democracies forget or don't value as much this opportunity of speaking up.
We certainly don't value it enough in this country, especially what it's taken to make that happen in this country. But, more important than just the two chambers. Sense, because even if you do get a one-side alignment, it generally doesn't go for very long. We're on the pendulum swing, and we tend to go back and forth. And the left and our side being Democrats, which is different than the left explained globally, I think, and the right, we tend to try to make corrections. And with most corrections and most things, I think we overcorrect, and then we swing back the other way and we try to fix that, and we overcorrect there, and we have this kind of mess going on. But anybody in a democratic country will be the first to tell you that we love our mess. We really, really, really do love our mess, and we acknowledge that democracy is messy and that it's hard. And we have faced some real challenges of late. And I think that common sense and sensible direction and leadership that's getting away from the more dramatic is winning out, and I'm happy to be a part of that. So that's my thoughts coming from it this way, right? So I do understand exactly what you're saying, Anna. That's important. Duke, go ahead.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, I want to add also that indeed in Holland there has been election, and that has been on our provinces, onze provincies, our states, so to speak. And they voters did something completely as we voted for the people who are sitting in the parliament. So now there is a problem between the politicians in The Hague, where the big guys work, and the people in the country. And now it's getting how to bargain your way out or bargain your way in. And that is leading to a lot of controversy and contra or in favor, but it distracts of the real issues of life and of real issues in the world also. And that's we just want to add. Thank you.
But sorry, Doc.
No, I was just going to say, Peter, go ahead, because I know you had your hand up before Anda and I came on, and I wanted to make sure you had a chance to go ahead and get whatever was on your mind out, and so we know that we care about you.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I mean, the biggest weapon we have with China is its total dependence on the West for its economy. And we want to say to China, you supply Ukraine, Russia with weapons, you do this or you do that, and you can forget your economy because it will collapse without your dependence on the West, which is America and Europe. And that's our biggest weapon with China. At the end of the day, we are their biggest customer, and they're not going to replace that business with low-income people in Russia or low-income people in Iran or low-income people in North Korea who eat rats. You know, at the end of the day, Xi has to look at his economy and think, do I want to collapse the whole thing? For what? For all he's done in his trade agreement or whatever he discussed with Russia was for his benefit, for Xi's benefit, not for Russia's benefit. Russia have got nothing out of this at all.
Peter, did you see where did you see Xi's statement or about no nukes and don't deploy nukes and it was a bad thing, and then the next day Russia announces that they're going to put nukes back into Belarus? I mean, it was a joke, right? We know this whole thing was a joke.
But that's all that Putin has is his threats. You know, he would be. I used to fly into Ukraine since 2014 every 2 to 3 weeks for a Ukrainian company, right? I have never. We have a jet which is limited on its range, and it's coming from the UK to Ukraine, and we get to Ukraine on one tank of fuel. Going back, we have to land and refuel because all the winds, or 90% of the winds, are west to east. Does Putin want to put a nuclear weapon there and kind of irradiate Russians or Belarusians? It's complete balls. The winds go west to east. So anything he does is going to blow over Russia or blow over Belarus. And, you know, it is, Putin is all propaganda, and the nuclear threat is propaganda, and we have to stand up to it.
Yes, you're absolutely 100% right, Peter. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing that. And you and I were talking about some of the stuff I'd seen around the web today about depleted uranium shells. And I wanted to explain what that is, what the non-controversy is for our audience tonight, and anybody that has any thoughts or firsthand knowledge that they'd like to share. We welcome you on MriyaReport to come up and share your ideas. We're a community, and we're only as good as the audience and everybody that participates. So I encourage anybody to come up, and if there's a topic that you think is important and we should be discussing that we're not, please let me know. And I would love to have a chance to explore that potentially. So, and
tell me about the shells, the uranium depleted. You know, why I asked you about this? Like, it's something that every time you hear uranium and you're not in the field, you're like, it's toxic. It's radioactive. You know, this is the only information that you have. So what is it with this depleted uranium? How does it work?
Okay, so here's what we got going. depleted uranium is very hard. It's very strong. And so if you wanted to make a shell that will pierce armor, you obviously want to make that out of a material that you have that is strong enough to pierce that armor. And now we have so many armaments, and Thomas Tyner, our good friend, has always talked much about the different kinds of ammunition that main battle tanks use. There are two pieces on Abrams that contain depleted uranium. One that caused a delay problem, and that's changed a little bit now because we're changing which tanks we're sending in. But that there was defensive armaments on an Abrams tank that contained depleted uranium. And the reason being, again, is it's a very hard substance and it interacts with the type of armaments that they're firing at them. That's designed to defeat certain kinds of armor. So they've layered it in. Now, we're removing that from Abrams tanks before we send them over. And now I think we're sending them ones that I don't even think have them on it. But the reason we're taking it off is not about any uranium scare. It's that the way we've incorporated it and designed it is top secret. And we don't want that getting out because that is a tactical advantage for the U.S. Army and military, and we're going to keep it that way. Depleted uranium shells, again, we go back to that same common factor, and that's that it's very hard and it can defeat armor. It is, from what I've understood, and please, if I'm wrong on this, correct me, but I think I've got this down pretty well. It is 40 to 60% the strength of naturally occurring uranium in dirt, in ground. It's not radioactive. It's not even as strong as what you could pick up walking around in the desert or somewhere where it might occur. And I have no idea where they get uranium from, it's mines, whatever. But it's 40 to 60% the strength of what naturally occurs. So there is no radioactive material that's being around. And you say, well, what about the guy that's in the tank that's surrounded by a bunch of these weapons that contain depleted uranium? Again, if you've put it in the tank, the only reason you've put it in there is because you plan to get it out of there through the barrel. Following me so far?
Yep.
All right. So it's not going to be in there long enough for somebody to have to worry about it where they're sitting in the midst of it. Can it be scanned and detected? Is it a way that if I have depleted uranium in my tank, you can find me easier because now I'm just going to go look for it using a radiation scanner? No. Again, because it's only 40 to 60% the strength of naturally occurring uranium. It's ground clutter. It would not be able to be picked up because it's not in sufficient amounts to be harmful or detectable. So, hope this ends the conversation about depleted uranium. Oh, sorry, it does not. Russia. They are the biggest bunch of whiners you've ever seen in your life, right? We know this. They whine and complain and they're the victim and oh my. They've been using depleted uranium shells freely against Ukrainians for a long period of time now, and other horrific things like cluster munitions and gas and whatnot without regard. And the minute we say, yeah, you know what, we're the armaments that are needed for the Abrams to fire are depleted uranium shells, and we're going to send those. So they go screaming and cry victim again. This is escalatory. You're bringing uranium on there. Meanwhile, they know the whole time that this is farcical. This is a joke. This doesn't matter. This isn't true. But they're still going to play that victim card. And that's all that whole big argument came about. That makes
All
sense?
right. Yes. So basically, they apply something, and I'm glad we have Tom here. They apply something that they did before. They start something, right? They use some things, And then if you try to do the same, they are like, oh, how dare you? How dare you do this? You're a bad guy. You're a very, very bad guy. So yeah, it makes sense why. So everything you said makes sense, including how you maneuver the shells and everything. And actually, Tom can tell us if this is actually something that makes sense in the way, so we can expect it, right, from Russia. It's something that we saw happen, and it's kind of a pattern. Am I right, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, having the Russians whine about the West sending weapons to Ukraine is nothing new. I mean, the Russians sort of have got a reason to be upset about us sending depleted uranium shells, but it's nothing to do with the depleted uranium being slightly radioactive. The way to understand depleted uranium is to understand what is enriched uranium. So for anyone that's been following the whole situation with Iran enriching uranium, basically uranium occurs in two different isotopes, which are two different versions of the same element. I think it's uranium-235 and uranium-238. And one of those, which I think is the uranium-238, is the enriched sort, which I believe is heavier and more radioactive. And that's the sort of uranium that you need to make nuclear weapons. You can't make a nuclear weapon out of regular uranium. And regular uranium comes in as a mixture of those two sorts of uranium. And so enriched uranium, what you basically have to do is, I think you get a compound of uranium, so that it might even be a liquid, I'm not sure. And then you get a centrifuge and you spin it, and the heavier uranium will go to the edge of the centrifuge. And then you take out the heavier uranium, which is the enriched uranium, and you can use that to make nuclear weapons. And that's why people are upset when you hear about Iran is enriching uranium, because it's making enriched uranium so that it can make nuclear bombs. Now, as a byproduct of enriching uranium, all of the stuff that's left over that is not enriched is depleted uranium. And that isn't useful for nuclear weapons because it's not as radioactive. Okay. But what it is useful for is that it is really incredibly dense. And that means that if you make a tank shell out of steel, depleted uranium is like 2.5 times more dense than steel. And it's 1.5 times more dense than lead. So if you've ever picked up a lead weight, uranium's 1.5 times more dense than lead. So it's really, really heavy. And what that means is if you fire a tank shell at, say, a given velocity, right, because you put a certain amount of propellant for it, you fire it through the tank barrel, it's going to have much more momentum, and the momentum and kinetic energy of the shell is what helps it blast right through the enemy tank. I mean, there are other things like high explosive anti-tanks and sabot rounds, and the military tanker guys would know more about that than me. But essentially, all other things being equal, having a really, really, really dense material will just absolutely smash through Russian tanks, even from like smaller barreled tank barrels. So depleted uranium is a really, really useful weapon. I think the American tank hunting aircraft, the A-10 that they call the Warthog, I'm pretty sure those things fire depleted uranium rounds from the Gatling cannon as well, and they rip through armor. Is that right? Oh, thanks, Doc. Yeah. So depleted uranium is really, really useful for just absolutely destroying enemy armor, and that's the reason why the Russians are annoyed about it. But you see, for a long time.
Okay, Tom.
Oh, sorry, go on. Yeah.
So let me ask you this: why did the UN come out and say they are against depleted uranium? The UN actually said this. And I saw it was challenged and verified, so that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I think that one of the problems I think psychologically about anything that's radioactive is that because it's invisible, people utterly, utterly freak out about it. I mean, take something that is dangerous and kills a lot more people than radiation, right? Like fire, right? Fire is really, really dangerous. It kills way more people than radiation around the world on a yearly or daily basis. But the thing is, we don't freak out about fire because we can see it, we can feel it, we can smell it, we can hear it. And if a fire is dangerous, we know to get the hell away from it. The thing that's scary about radiation is, you know, those unfortunate people, let's say something like Chernobyl, could be standing right next to something radioactive, get a lethal dose of radiation and not even know. And so the problem now is that anytime anything's radioactive, even if it's like a tiny, tiny level of radiation, people have got no way of measuring that with their senses, with their eyes, their ears, etc. And so people just freak out, and they don't understand that, like, there are radioactive elements in our body right now. If you smoke a cigarette, you are breathing in some radiation, right? If you eat food, there's a tiny, tiny amount of radiation in your food. There's radiation in granite rocks. You know, there's radiation in everything, and it mostly doesn't matter
There's
that much.
radiation in being a passenger on an airplane.
Yeah, like going on an airplane is like equivalent to getting a chest X-ray, right? You know, that's not great for you if you do it all the time. But you know, if you do it sometimes, it probably doesn't matter. Does that make sense?
Well, that goes back perfectly to you talking about the different kinds of radiation, right? I mean, there's a lot of radiation out there, and people get freaked out about it, and for whatever reason that happens, it happens. But you're absolutely right, Anda.
So I was wondering, is it not tied to the sense of control, right? We have the sense of the fact that we can control fire in some sort of fashion. And we are kind of used to fire because we use it every day, like in cooking and something else. And you kind of forget that out of control fire can destroy everything. But I think this is, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the core reason for which people are so scared. This is the core reason people were so scared about COVID. This sense of lack of control, lack of options, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I think, you know, anything that you can't see is scarier because it plays on your fear and your imagination. Anything that you can see is a bit less scary. You know, I think if I don't know, if COVID caused people to have spots like the measles, I think people would have took it a lot more seriously, but also been less scared because you wouldn't think, oh God, who could be infected? But you know, you can't see germs, and so germs are scary. You can't see radiation, and so radiation is scary. You can see fire, and so as long as you're not right in the middle of a building that's on fire, not actually that scary. You can watch a bit of a building on fire from a safe distance, and it's not that terrifying, you know, because you know when you're safe or in danger. The problem with radiation is that you don't know that, and the problem then is that people massively overestimate the dangers. And that's why it's good when we've had like Mark Nelson and his former supervisor Eugene in the space, and they've actually talked to us about it, because the problem is you need both something like a Geiger counter and a decent amount of education to actually understand the dangers of radiation and to know when it's safe and when it isn't.
I can't count on two hands how many brothers and sisters I've worked with over the years affected by burn pits more than radiation, right? None of the tankers, none of the people handling that ammunition, none of the logisticians handling that ammunition and any problems, but the people doing burn pits sure didn't have a lot of problems. Chris, you have something to add to this?
Well, sorry, I've come into the conversation a little bit along, so I don't know how it came up, but it's just interesting that we're discussing DU again. And I was doing a bit of research on this the other day, and the Russians have been using DU shells since the 70s. I guess if I probably did some research, I'd find out that the Chinese have probably been doing the same thing, and who else knows whatever, and I don't know, here we are trying to justify why we're sending some DU shells to Ukraine, if that's what we're trying to do, is it? I don't know.
No, not so much, but your point's well taken. The idea was this was conversation that's been going around a lot, and I thought I would bring it up and address it here, being a former corpsman and also somebody that spent a lot of time close to a whole bunch of Marines and a whole bunch of tanks and a whole bunch of DU shells. So I thought I would bring it up here and dispel any future myths that were going about that. So you're right where we are, Chris.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, so I think the order we're going to go to fellow who bonks.
Yeah, thanks. Just a little bit about the DU shells. When, I think we're talking to people about depleted uranium in general. If they don't already have, remember which physics class we learned about the different types of radiation, but it was pretty early on. Yeah, the first thing you need to bring up is that depleted uranium emits alpha particles. Those are blocked by the skin. It's non-ionizing, and it really doesn't pose a health hazard to humans at all unless it's ingested. And I was doing a little research and trying to see if I could figure out if there was actually any basis in reality of the fear that uranium could contaminate crops or anything. But from what I'm seeing, like, it doesn't seem to oxidize very easily. And it's so bloody hard, right, that it's not going to abrade and break down into little teeny chunks by any natural mechanical process. And I'd seen this brought up in, a few other spaces and a few other places. And, like, I don't know, maybe it's because I've taken a bunch of college level physics courses, but I don't get, other than just the, people hear the word uranium and their brain switches off, why people get so afraid of it. The old, those glow in the dark watches that we all remember. It's, you were alive in the 80s and 90s. What did they use in those things? Iridium, or whatever that stuff is actually more hazardous than being around a depleted uranium shell.
Yeah, we used to stick mercury inside of glass in our mouth.
Oh yeah, we used to do all sorts of metal stuff, right? But this just doesn't really register with me as something that you should even be concerned of. Now, somebody else said, and I heard this in another space, and they posted a link that didn't really substantiate the claim about the UN. If somebody has some sourcing on a UN statement on these depleted uranium shells, the only thing I've actually seen is a guy that's a very low person. He's like an assistant to an undersecretary, to some random undersecretary, is on media I've never heard of, CGC something. Some random news site is saying that, this is very bad, this is an escalation, blah, blah, blah. But from what I can ascertain, this guy is basically a nobody. And that doesn't really, at least in my mind, constitute a UN taking a position on it. So if somebody has good sourcing on that, I'd actually like to see it.
What makes it, again, another one of those incredible things that SWOR has illuminated is what would seem to be, under normal circumstances, a ridiculous statement by the UN. Let's be honest, they've made quite a few. David, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, so I was going to comment. I've noticed. So it's well worth reminding everyone sort of the history of where a lot of this comes from. So there's been in Iraq, there's been complaints that DU has been a problem, right? And there have been people who have Nick needs to read some of the articles, right? They've adapted the evidence. Let's say what it is, right? So it's to a lot of the complaints have come through because of high numbers of birth defects of people in certain areas in Iraq, right? And DU is being blamed. Now, there's a reason for why DU is being blamed, because if there's a direct link through to the US, then maybe someone somewhere's got some money in it. Yeah. And that would be paid for. However, right, so when you read any of the articles, or you read the evidence around it, right, what you see is that there's many of the articles reference the same one, but what they do is they talk about, they've done experiments, and people who've had birth defects and the rest of it. No, DU's not found anywhere. Thorium is, right, but thorium doesn't fit into the narrative of where you get your money from the United States or from someone else who's going to cough up, right? And when you read all the evidence, basically it's toxic environments, and importantly, and anyone who's been to Iraq will know this, there's also the problem of close familial marriage and birth defects as a result of this. When you look at it, there is no evidence that DU's involved, but it's the easy thing to blame. And it was also involved, lots of people were blaming it for Gulf War syndrome, etc., etc. But there's no evidence. Can't find it. But as you rightly said, Doc, right? Because it's not radioactive, it's incredibly hard. I think there are some carcinogenic things. If you breathe it in, it might be a bit like asbestos. I haven't followed that evidence up that much, but the whole birth defects and Gulf War syndrome and the rest of it, probably not.
I'm
sorry.
David, my favorite. Oh, Anda, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. Just one. I missed something. How did we went to asbestos? What I missed something on the.
Okay, so what I said is a bit like inhaling asbestos is bad for you, right? Asbestos itself, right? If you handle it, right, but if you inhale it, there's some carcinogenic components to it, right? So I'm saying, so when a DU round goes through a tank, it's incredibly hard, but you get a very fine dust. Maybe, and I'm saying maybe, no one's got any evidence to do this. Maybe there's something along those lines. I don't know. I'm just saying. So I gave it as an example, right? I'm not saying it's asbestos. I'm just saying, a bit like if you inhale asbestos, there can be problems, but we don't know. If
it goes through the tank, they're probably dead. So
yeah, no, but I understand that, but of course there are the secondary effects, right? So there's it's gone through the tank. Anyone going into the tank, maybe they might inhale anything. I'm just covering all the bases in this. But the important thing is there is no evidence that DU is involved, but there are some studies that claim that DU is. But when you read the study, in actual fact, there is no evidence, right? They've just put it as a conclusion that DU might be involved, but they haven't been able to find anything. So, I mean, I've had a couple of tortured week reading a load of these the articles, and it's just painful. But it's clear that there are people who stand to gain, and communities who stand to gain if DU can be blamed.
I would like to make a how do you say departajare? So when you split things, right? When you split things up, when you put them apart, and why is that? Asbestos was.
No, please let's not talk about asbestos. I just gave it as an example as to a mechanism that might be involved, right? So yeah. I know quite a bit about asbestos, but I just gave it as an example so people who might be listening might understand that that they already know that inhaling asbestos might be bad.
Yes, what I wanted to say was even if so. One of the things that were relevant in the discussion is the time of exposure, right? So the time of exposure in order to get something, even from asbestos,
No, that's not.
it's easier.
Unfortunately, that's not true, right?
Yeah.
So the part that, and this is a big problem, right? So I do apologise, Ander, I'm interrupting you, but unfortunately, right, the way asbestos works, and one of the reasons why in the UK getting a payout for asbestos is almost unlikely, right? You could have a horrible cancer that's you've got from asbestos. The reason why you won't get a payout from an insurance company is because it's not the amount that you take in. It could just be one tiny little speck. One tiny speck could cause it, right? So and that's part of the problem within the insurance companies, why people who are very, very ill don't get payouts, because we can't, there's no way of being able to assign it or quantify it but you worked for that company for 5 years getting rid of asbestos, but you worked for one day at another company, right? Getting rid of asbestos, the chances are it's likely that the part of the problem is it's only people could inhale some asbestos or not have a problem. Could be just one speck.
It's
Hey, David.
It is completely binary, and as it is binary, the legal concept, which David just described, is completely correct.
So I've been getting all of these notifications because I spent time at Camp Lejeune about mesothelioma.
Yeah, but it's different. That's not asbestos. It's not lead poisoning.
No, it's different for sure. The point is that I was never there more than 30 days at any one given time because they were temporary duty stations. They were places where I was there for a course and was gone. And I'm not eligible for it because if you're not there for more than 30 days continuously, they can't determine that you got that from there. So I was speaking to the scarcity of this and diseases like that, because this conversation is not about asbestos, it's about depleted uranium. David was making an analogy to that, and I was trying to back that up.
And it's a sad fact, isn't it? That people just go, you know what? We can't assign it to you because of all of these bits, right? But anyway, to get back to the DU part, is lots of when you read the studies, there are people who have high levels of thorium, which is, by the way, toxic and all the other things, and will cause birth defects and the rest of it. But loads of the problems are around because of the birth defects in certain areas in Iraq. That's been a lot of the complaints. As I said, look, I'm not from the US, so I don't have an axe to grind about it. I just go, it occurs to me that a lot of this is just because there's some communities that need a lot of help, and if they could get someone to blame the US, then they might get some money for it. Of course, I could be wrong.
Well, we know that money is a motivator that ruins a lot of well-intentioned things. So I think you're absolutely right on that, David. The Duke.
Well, it's an interesting conversation, but I'm safe. I'm wearing a tinfoil hat, so nothing can happen to me. But about the depleted uranium, now hold on to your socks. The first 51 Boeing 747 planes, they were deployed with contraweights of depleted uranium, because it was a balance weight in the moving tail section, and because of its mass, it's used, and yeah, what I said before, it's a byproduct of the industry, and it's also in nature. But yeah. it's not directly will kill you. And about the ammunition, I believe something of the uranium is not in the explosive part, not in the how do you say that in English? If the grenade explodes, the charge. Yeah. Thanks. In the charge is no uranium. It's in the coil in the point they put a little metal in it, so it's 10 times stronger. And also they have did investigations, and if the grenade explodes, there will be no debris of uranium on the battlefield. They've checked it. They blown up several, Abrams, and they say it's totally safe.
Yeah, you're welcome, Duke. And my favorite quote of the week, I had to start writing these down because they're always good, but it was John Kirby, who said, if Russia is afraid of depleted uranium shells, they should leave Ukraine.
They should probably stop using them as well, shouldn't they?
Absolutely.
Throwing it out there, stop using them.
Yeah, any Russians out there listening in on the space, your best advice is to leave Ukraine now and start hoarding gas because it's a long drive back. Fella, go ahead.
Yeah, just real brief, high level overview on how nasty is different radioactive stuff. One thing you can look at is the half-life. And this is just the real quick and dirty way to do it. But look at the half-life of it, how quickly it decays. The faster a large element like uranium or anything high up there on the periodic table breaks down, while it breaks down, it gives off energetic particles. Uranium's half-life is 4.5 billion years. It's one of the longest. So it's one of those things that even though it only gives off alpha particles and they aren't really dangerous, it gives them off at a very low rate. So, and that's unlike plutonium or other stuff that has a much, much shorter half-life. That's about it. That's all.
Yeah, the key takeaway is that the DU ammunition has been around for a long time. Any and all approaches by Russian-funded disinformation agents, humanitarian agencies, who all have been on the take, respectively, were gullible enough to propagate this mantra that this ammunition is causing inordinate amount of cancer, which is complete and utter tosh, and has been well debunked by good statistical analysis, and not just by the US Army, no, by many others. This ammunition does not pose a nuclear risk, and it does not pose an excessive health risk. The only health risk we're currently having to deal with is that Russian soldiers, having invaded Ukraine, are incurring upon Ukrainians. That needs to change. The DU is there to kill Russians. That's fine. Next.
Yeah, no, exactly, right. It's great material, right? Kill Russians. I don't see any problem with that. Wonderful.
No, and we can send them all our asbestos too, for all I care.
Along with the lead paint, just to be sure. I'm sorry, Jorge. I don't think I can pronounce your name correctly.
Øyvind, yes. I have a question. When you use armor-piercing shells, I understand that the purpose is to penetrate the vehicle and then the shell will explode inside the vehicle. But the Russians now use old tanks and IFVs that is 60 to 70 years old. will there not be a risk that these Western armor-piercing shells go straight through them and the explosion do not happen inside?
No. The risk is extremely low. You would have to have an aluminium shell for it to go through. David?
Yeah, so I was going to add, right, so the thing is that when something goes through a piece like that, you get superheated bits of metal flying around inside. So it's not, you're not looking for the explosion. The explosion may be as a result of superheated metal hitting, you know, the stuff that they've got in the T-72, because it's not even in canisters, is it? Right. So it's superheated metal. So the round doesn't actually explode. Right. What explodes or causes the explosions is the pieces of metal going around. But you have to think of it as molten metal. Right. So, Ovin, you know how a shaped charge works?
Yes.
Yeah, so you've got molten metal in a shaped charge. So essentially, that's what you're getting with when the DU goes through, right? So you get molten metal going around. You might have a charge somewhere, and then it all goes horribly wrong, or horribly right, depending on which way you look at it. It's, as Gunny would call it, an emotional moment. So the way it works, if it was a mine, for instance, an anti-tank mine, right? It doesn't put a big hole under the bottom of a tank. What happens is that bits on the inside start it vibrates very in a large way, and you'll get little bits of metal, and anything that isn't nailed down, hurtling around the inside of a tank and shredding everything inside it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
I think the other point of that too is the Russians have not ever been credited with being exceptionally smart. But of the tanks that they do have in the battlefield, you would think that they would limit those that they think are going to come in contact with a Charlie or an Abrams or a Leopard, right?
Doc, I just spat my JD out when you said that. so you owe me a drink.
You got it. You got it. As long as it's JD, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I mean, but that's part of the issue, isn't it? Right? The Ukrainians, look, there are so many problems. I personally believe, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong here, around the way Ukraine is being supplied with weapons and armaments. The idea that we have to crowdfund a war is ludicrous. While on one hand, it's amazing that people come together and try to do this, but on the other hand, the notion that individual units have to reach out to people to... I asked for my mother's banana bread. That's what I asked for. Okay, I didn't ask if my mom could send me some more ammo for my M4. No, I asked her for banana bread because it's awesome. It's really awesome. However, well, you get my point. If we had been in the West in general and everyone providing the correct armaments to Ukraine to use as they see fit, because we know they know how to make those decisions. They're being judicious in their use of their more sophisticated weaponry because they have to, right? We didn't give them 10 million Excalibur shells, so they're using those Excaliburs where they have to be very precise because they're very also interested in protecting the lives of Ukrainians that may be in those situations. So where it has to be a really, really accurate shot, boom, out comes the Excalibur, right? So they're not going to just waste this ammo where they don't need it. So whether the Russians are smart or not, which we know that they're not, because I don't want David to spit out another JD. I can only afford one right now. Go ahead, David.
Can I add to what you were saying, Doc? I mean, obviously, I 100% agree with you. Look, the fact that, as you said, the world is crowdfunding a war is just astonishing. I mean, beggars belief, doesn't it? So we've got people who are buying 4x4s so they could go to the front line, when pretty much the Western world has all these APCs they could just give them, right? Which would save Ukrainian lives, save soldiers' lives, right? We have there is a crowd. The Ukrainians are doing a crowd fund themselves for 100 Spartans, right? But why are they even crowdfunding that? Why hasn't the UK just given them or bought them? Why hasn't and we've got all these other APCs. The half life of a 4x4 is what, 2 weeks? There's a reason for that. It's because when they park it up, right, it just gets blown up, right? Because they can't take it in really close to the front line, and they have to tab from there, because guess what? It gets blown up. But if they had APCs, or better still, IFVs, they'd been so much a better. And then we have thousands of these things lying around, but we haven't given them, which is to me the astonishing fact, right? Back of the fag packet, Axel, right? Our calculation, right? And you just go, why is it? Why is it? I mean, it's just astonishing. I mean, I just look at the number, I look at the figure for buying the equipment that would allow Ukraine to win, right? And in actual fact, so the UK subsidised our electricity by 150 billion, but could have solved this problem with 15 billion. Solved, done, dusted, gone. There it is, no more war. The Russians would be losing because guess what? The Ukrainians had the equipment and the training and the rest of it, and we haven't done it. What is going through these people's minds? I genuinely get very angry, and there are times where I would happily slap them about and just go, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Democracy is worth more than these things.
They do, but remember what I told you, what I told everybody at the beginning when I said it's a matter of interest, and it's a matter of how should I put this? Politics. So there were. I'm actually amazed. I want to tell you this. I'm actually amazed. The amount of help Ukraine gets. And I'm not only talking about personal support, but I will get to that. So if you look in the past 30 years, you will see, so not very far, right? The international community did not mobilize this much for other wars, right? That occurred in local localized areas of the globe. If that didn't influence them directly, and even in Ukraine in 2008, when the first invasion took place. Sorry, in 2014. In 2008, it was something else. You didn't have a public outcry. So all this could have ended 8 years ago, and it would have been peace, and it would we wouldn't have seen everything that we see today. And we didn't intervene back then, because we said, well, it's their problem, blah, blah, blah. We didn't saw that, first and foremost, we didn't saw that as our problem. And this is one thing. And the second thing is, it wasn't visible enough. What do I mean by that? If you find, if you learn from TV that someone's wife, someone's house was broken in, and someone's wife was raped, and the child was taken away or killed or anything, you will say, oh, so much horror, right? You see this on TV, and you say, so much horror right now in our country. You don't go in front of the police station and demand to have stronger rules on this or that, right? You just make an assessment because you don't see that as affecting you, and you don't get emotionally involved in that. When you find out that in the building in which you live, one of the families has been affected by such a drama, you get personally involved because probably you know that person. You know his family, you have been in his house, or at least it is really close to you. So you see that as a problem to you. And this is actually a mental exercise that we do involuntarily. It's not because we are bad people, but usually we need to feel affected by something directly in order to act. And 8 years ago, 9 years ago, when the first invasion occurred in Ukraine, it wasn't a public outcry. And Ukraine didn't get the help that they get today. Not personal help and not international help, like an alliance. And I think two things three actually made a big difference from then to now. First and foremost, because back then it was also a special operation, right? It was also something, they took territories from Ukraine, like they occupied Crimea. It's like, I don't know, Canada decides that Ohio from now on and Michigan will gonna belong to them. And we will say, yeah, okay, who cares? Right? So it's a neighborly thing, they will sort it out. So I was saying, like, three things have changed. First and foremost, everything was live. Like, we saw everything live on TV. That's one. Second, and I know he doesn't get enough credit for this, their president actually made a big difference in how people perceived everything that happened in Ukraine. His bravery, his statements, the way he approached every issue, all this made a big difference. And he is visible, and he is visible still 1 year in this war. Like, every day he issues statements, he goes outside and talks to everyone and explains and talked to everyone as close and as personal as he could make the message. Like, he adapted the message for every country, including his neighbors, but not only. At the beginning of the war, explaining how this is similar to something in the history of that country, for that people to get involved, emotionally involved, to understand emotionally what's happening in Ukraine and what this feels for Ukraine, how they feel this, right? So at the beginning, they had barely nothing. They have had soldiers trained, right, through the unifier operation, Canada's unifier operation. They had I think 25,000 soldiers trained, which is not nearly half of their army. So it's not enough. It's something, but it's not enough. It's not their entire army, right? They didn't have enough equipment. They didn't have enough airplanes. They were not prepared for this. And they didn't have the money for this. And I think people underestimate the power of money and what money can buy. Like how much, there is an expression in Romania that for a poor guy, not even his oxes will pull in the same way like they pull for a rich guy, and this is because they are not fed the same way, right? So you have tanks, but you don't have enough, and they are not the same quality as France, Germany, England, UK. I keep calling it England, I'm sorry, or US, right? Because they were not they didn't have the perks of having a strong economy, and they didn't have the perks of having a strong economy because they were pulling from USSR, and being an ex-communist country has its disadvantages, and also not being let run free through propaganda and influence from Russia at the political level also didn't help them, right? They have had leaders who actually dismantled part of their army, so didn't help them, worked against their own country. And you would consider that treason in any other circumstances. So first, media; second, the visibility and the personal touch; and third, and most important, the fact that people actually, like you and me, talking here,
It seems Anda has talked herself into a
Axel,
frenzy
can you hear me?
or a call. I can hear you perfectly fine. You're good. It's just Anda that got lost.
Okay, good. I was curious about whether that was me or not, because
Nah,
ever since
it
I've
was
helped
so
our friend Chuck
shortcut.
with his phone, mine has
Nah.
been shit. Okay, good. Thank you. Aviv,
Keep going.
please go ahead. Naveen, you're going to have to tell me how to say your name if I'm saying it wrong, please.
Øyvind. It's a Norwegian letter that you don't have in your vocabulary.
Tell me how to say it again, because I want to get it right.
Øyvind.
Øyvind.
Yes, correct.
Wonderful.
What Anda said was very correct. Back to what happened in 2014, I think there was more outcry in the West about the downing of the Malaysian aircraft than there was about the occupation of the Ukrainian areas. That's my comment.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
Okay. What about what Anda said? I think it was very correct. If we go back to what happened in 2014 and the reaction from the West, I think there was more outcry in the West about the downing of the Malaysian aircraft than there was about the occupation of the Ukrainian areas.
You're absolutely correct. And it's something that pains me deeply because I was a huge, huge fan of Barack Obama for president. Huge fan. I did everything I could to help him get elected. I talked earlier about that pendulum swing that happens in our country, and it goes too far one way and too far the other. But we really needed to dial back some of the baloney that had been happening before his presidency. But the one thing that he did that, or rather didn't do, that upset me tremendously, and has taken away from a lot of his legacy, is ignoring what happened in Ukraine in 2014. Accepting Russia's BS little green men stories and whatnot. I'll be forever ashamed of our country for doing that and allowing this all to happen in the first place. It would have been so much easier had we dealt with it then, where we could have reflected on the different accords that were in play. So I agree with you 100%. Jace, I know you came up and wanted to ask a question, but I don't think you've been up here before. So there's a little button over by on the panel. You'll see a little highlight sign and a couple people and a little heart and then a little purple comment section. Where that heart is, if you tap on it, to the far right, there's a hand raised. And if you tap that, that lets us know you want to be a speaker. But since I know you already want to be a speaker, go right ahead, okay?
All right, thanks. Yeah, so just a few comments. I think the depleted uranium ammo is a great thing. I think more countries in the West should show solidarity with UK and announce that they're sending it in too. And I think I don't know a whole lot about it, but I think it comes in, smaller caliber. Getting some for the M4s or whatever it is they're using to help break up get past that body armor.
That's 100% correct.
Yeah, I know, right. It's much denser and harder than lead. That's what makes it so effective. The radiation is depleted. That's why it's called that. So it's not very risky to handle. And it just gets into that metal and just spalls and breaks it all up. And it'll get through that armor. So yeah, I'd like to see more of that sent in. Then on a different topic, I just saw some headlines about Russia, Putin talking about putting some nuclear warheads in Belarus. Wanted to see what you think about that. And I'm wondering if
don't you think he just likes saying the word nuclear because he thinks we're all going to have a knee-jerk reaction and we're going to Russia said nuclear again. Let's go run.
I do.
I think he just likes saying the word.
Although I think, I think I can just see him with his henchmen around the dinner table and saying, to Medvedev and others, I really want you to ratchet up that nuclear talk, because you've seen it come out of their mouths, just pour out in the last week or two. Haven't heard a lot from Putin. And I think the reason for that is, it's some insurance for him. I think if people are thinking about assassinating Putin, they're trying to make plans for that, and I'm sure they are right now. They're going to be maybe giving that a second thought when they think about who might take over. And so you hear a lot of this nuclear rhetoric from Medvedev and others, even worse than Putin. But this latest announcement from him that he's going to maybe park some nukes in Belarus, and I don't know, maybe he means it. Maybe the West ought to think about parking some nukes in Western Ukraine and Lviv or around there and letting them know and give Ukraine a way to hit back if Kyiv gets taken out or something like that. So just some comments.
That's already happened. That's a failure that already happened in the first place. Ukraine gave up all of the nukes that were on their land in 1991.
Yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe they should get some back now.
Nuclear escalation in my book is not the way that we fix this problem. I would like to see any discussion about nuclear be related to clean energy and not to going back and forth tit for tat with this this nuclear thing, because it's a joke. He's using it to try to stir up what remaining fears there are of Russia as an empire. And quite frankly, it's come down to one thing, and that's that they are erratic and have nukes, right? That's what he wants to portray. That's the last card he has left to prevent Ukraine from just marching on to Moscow and getting rid of them.
Yeah, nonetheless, I wouldn't want to see nuclear escalation either, although I can't help but kind of give that some thought. Like, wouldn't that really kind of equal the playing field a bit? I mean, you got to wonder if Putin just gets backed into a corner, if he's going to maybe detonate a nuke over Kyiv and try to get rid of Zelensky and, cut the head off the snake, so to speak. And if they had nuclear capability,
it's not how it works. It's not how it works. It's just not how it works. Nuclear protocols, even in Russia, require more than a few people. He will not find anyone doing that for him. Trust me.
Oh, that's reassuring. I hope you're right about that. Yeah.
So actually, you're saying in their chain of command, like in our chain of command, no one person can unilaterally launch them, and that there are enough sane people in that country that would prevent him from doing that.
I didn't say like an hour. I said yes. There's more than one person. It's not a unilateral decision. And as you know, we have a few people who once worked for NORAD who would probably be able to say at least yay or nay to this. Yeah.
I agree with that completely. Duke, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I agree with the conversation about how we perceive the threat of 2014, because I originally come from the town of Hilversum, and a lot of people from that town died in the accident with MH17. And I knew of some of those people. And yeah, almost everybody is all families living there for a long time. So yeah, but in the news, it's only about the plane and who done it and why and couldn't they prevent it, and it was the fault of the KLM or whatever of Malaysia Airlines. You shouldn't have been there. And about the rocket launch, yeah, they finally found somebody responsible, they say, but they also made it look in the press mainly from yeah, maybe another drunk Russian from oops, where's this button do? But this is of course a much easier and system than a real nuclear weapon. And yeah, I'm not scared, because about being scared for the bomb. I grew up in, I'm from the 1960 born. In the 70s, when I was 15, we were a little afraid of the big bomb. There was a song about it, when will the bomb drop? And well, we all said, well, if it drops, let it be on my head, and it be over, and that's fine. But after a while, even though they kept on threatening in the 70s and 80s, we became less fearful of the threat, and also a little bit relying on the force of our allies. But when I heard they go to Belarus, yeah, now I'm thinking, well, yeah, well, we have that one before, and I'm not impressed, and I don't think the Western should back down because of his stupid drum. And
it's like watching Vitesse Arnhem against Ajax. you're just not impressed.
Thank you. Scheisse. Don't talk about Holland neither. Yeah. Sorry, it's Dutch soccer. That's important soccer. But Doc, you said about it's strange that we have to be active online. And on one hand, I think it's amazing. You know, my mama told me, son, I hope you never have to endure war. And now I do. And at the Second World War, I had my coffee ready, my television set, feet on the table. And yes, there came the first missile. It was amazing, you know. What is this? Is it a game or is it real? And now with this, you know, we heard online live on the front. It's from, and we can communicate. But yeah, it's indeed stupid that governments doesn't pay for all the tourniquets of all the cars or all the bullets or whatever. It's there, you know. Same as money problems. Money isn't the issue. There's money enough, you know. It's only the will. And but still, what we can do with the online business is still made ourselves heard to our own politicians, and yeah, perhaps force them to do more. And I hope one day it will be so.
Well,
But yeah.
it seems early on in this war, I was fascinated by the social media influence and impact that it had, the way that it brought it to us, right, in our homes, wherever we were, and those of us that wanted to seek out more information were able to find places and spaces like this one. What I've learned, you know, when I was in the military, I was very training centric, focused on what my job was, not everybody else's job. And in stepping back now and participating in these spaces and these conversations, I can see a bigger picture. But we had very strict rules about talking to the media. None of us could do that. The idea that we would crowdfund for things is just so foreign to me. But at the same time, I saw this need and people pouring in to respond to that. And of course, we come over a year in, the fog of war, the challenges that individual people go through during their service and trying to help. I mean, even when I joined NAFO, there are days I've had to step back from engagement because it was too much for me. There are days here at MriyaReport where my friends and peers that help me no, I have to step back because it's just so much, right? There's so many things coming in. So on the one hand, I was fascinated by this movement that happened and the ability of people to do this. But that's because there was a shortcoming. And creative people, when they're faced with these challenges and shortcomings, will reach out and seek out with whatever is available to them at that time in order to get what they need, just like any of us would do. You see GoFundMe accounts on here for somebody who needs a heart or a kidney or a liver, or you see other stuff, the lost child, this person was seen abducted over here. We get our news first in this new sort of democratic broadcasting methodology that we're experiencing, and we're quite frankly making up as we go, right? I mean, this isn't somebody telling me what I think should be the important news of the day. These are people that are involved, that care, that want the best outcome for Ukraine, that are telling us about what was going on. It was an interesting exercise for me today to go jump on. I think I jumped on 4 different spaces to hear what they were talking about. Am I missing something that I should bring into this space? The answer was quite frankly no. Everything I heard them talking about, we've talked about ad nauseum here in this space, which is wonderful. But it was nice to hear other voices and other people and being able to bring that in space. But at the end of the day, the problem is the modern military should not have to be crowdfunded in order to support the soldiers, and the effort that's going on. Anda, are you back with us?
Yeah, I had some minor technical issues that are fixed.
So it wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
It was you. No.
I always love your honesty.
No, I'm just joking. It's Twitter being Twitter. So it's okay. It happened. I'm kind of pissed because I was on the roll, and yeah, I think you moved to other topics in the meantime. So,
well, let's get back to that roll. I got some butter for that roll over here. We call a roll a biscuit. A biscuit over here can be a roll.
Yeah.
And a biscuit over there could be something else entirely. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't quite you have to show. You have to send me some pictures. Yeah, that's odd.
Okay.
But
I'll do it.
All right. So I think I was speaking about. I don't want to interrupt. So if you had an ongoing discussion, I can jump in later.
No, this is a perfect time.
All right. So I addressed 2 points.
Dog bites. How did you do this? You should have said, "Come back in 2 hours." Jesus, Anda, he's not picking up on the jokes.
So not interrupt.
Axel, I was raised by a German mother, so when I have a German overlord, I'm always careful.
Anda, you're German.
Ach so.
I have some German relatives, yes. I cannot claim that I'm German, but I do have German relatives. So somewhere, sometimes something rubbed off.
The bad side of the family. Ja, nur meine Mutti war Deutsch, ja.
I cannot say that. Actually, it's the part of the family that I admire, to the chagrin of the rest of the family. But yeah, going back to my point. So I said there were 3 things that changed the way the war is addressed. And actually, one of them. So first, I said media, and second, their leadership. So Zelensky and the way they were basically perceived because of that. And the third thing, which is actually really important, is our commitment. So the fact that people took a stance on Ukraine, petitioned, mobilized, went to the borders, especially in the neighboring countries, right? You have seen this in Poland, and also I've seen this in Romania. The next day, Romanian families were at the border receiving the Ukrainian families with food, with clothes, with blankets. There were some hotels, for example, who closed for public, and they accepted not only Ukrainians, but Ukrainians with pets, because we have some towns which are like 60 kilometers from the border, so not really far from the border. And some Ukrainians actually left home with their pets. And it's very hard to receive a wave of immigrants, right? Because this is it's a way of immigration, forced one, but it is. It's even harder when you see that they are with a cat or a dog, or so people mobilized and put themselves out there, and they did that in Poland also, like really mobilized to receive Ukrainian families. So around the world, you have had protests, and you have had petitions and letters sent to the authorities on behalf of Ukraine from regular people who vote. And we are back to voting and back to power. That's your power. And people do want to stay there, so they will pay attention of what you want. So if they get enough letters, enough people on the streets, enough internal movements and attention to Ukraine, they are more lenient in helping Ukraine. I totally let's put it this way. If all of the countries would have put money together at the beginning of the war, this war would have been stopped by now. That's true. But still, it's a much improvement than we had 9 years ago when Ukraine was attacked the first time, and way better than it was when Georgia was attacked by the same army of Russia. So there is much room for improvement, but we are way better than I hoped we will be by now. Think only of the fact that everybody betted against Ukraine that they will fold in 3 days, just like Russia actually said they will, and they didn't. So I think Doc can relate to this analogy, but it's like a patient that comes into your office and he simply refuses to die. Like you cannot not treat him because he's fighting so hard. He's simply refusing to die. He's refusing to give up. And I know someone who went into an operation room, and he asked the surgeon to operate him like he's gonna live, because he had very little chances. And he said, "Doc, I'm gonna live, so treat everything like I'm gonna live. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna push through this. So you do your part, I will do mine." So Ukraine is
Yeah.
this is Ukraine.
Ukraine, an amazing country. And we I think I tried to explain this, because when they use the word doc and medic and doctor, it means different things in different places. I was a corpsman, which is a medic in the Navy, but I served with Marines. Basically, I'm an EMT, right? I had some advanced training in some surgical procedures a long time ago, but we're not doctors, right? And I was only called doc by the Marines. Nobody in the Navy ever called me doc. I was a hospitalman, and then I became the officer second class. But at the same time, only them called us docs. So I have to have full disclaimer. I have never performed surgery on somebody in an ER wearing a hospital lab coat or a stethoscope around my neck while I was in the field. My neck had an M4 hanging around it. So just to be clear with that. All right, Emmanuel, what do you got to say, buddy? Emmanuel?
Emmanuel, do you hear us? Probably not.
In any event, what Dogbite was trying to tell you is that he is the one who is allowed to give electroshocks to people and call it help.
This is actually unfortunately true.
Well, you need to know how to do that. That's one. Second,
But look, it's actually interesting because I had to go through a number of different schools as a result of that. And you learn different things along the different ways. And I actually had to learn veterinary medicine as part of this. It's archaic, but Emmanuel, can we try to get you back again? Go ahead, Emmanuel. Axel, is this a good time to remind people that if you're on an Android, you might need to do some things?
You go to the next trash bin, open the trash bin, look at the Android, open it, take out the SIM card, dispose of the Android, take the SIM card, go to the next shop and buy a proper iPhone. Absolutely happy to remind everybody.
And as somebody who worked for Apple for 12 years and is still a shareholder, I totally concur with Axel's statement.
All right. So,
you do then?
well, actually, I bought it on the 1st or 2nd of December when iPhone had a problem and I could not connect to the space in any way. So it actually was a good crutch to overcome that Twitter box.
You mean the day when some of us stayed on the space knowing that if we left it, we could not get back in?
Exactly. So I got that. I went to the first shop and I bought myself an S22, a spine phone. Actually, it's a good phone, but it has Doc. I used an analogy, Doc. I didn't mean you per se were in an office with a stethoscope, and I do know that in the army, everyone gets a nickname, right? So that was yours, Axel. I bet when he was in the army, I bet he had a nickname too, and he won't share that one with us. I wasn't in the army and I did have a nickname and I won't share that one with you also. So Doc is actually an honorable nickname to have. Ovin,
I would just want to say that the latest version of Twitter for Android now works very well. So any Android users just that have problems, just delete the one you have and then load in your newest version of Twitter for Android.
And just wait for the next version.
Yes. Dot something something. Emmanuel, you gonna give it another try, buddy, or this is your chance? No. Emmanuel tells us he's a no-go.
Probably a microphone issue.
All right. Well, whenever
and
you
we
have
have another Marine joining in. We have another Marine joining in.
So to be clear, I served with the Marines, but was not a Marine. Because that makes it a lot clearer, doesn't it?
Oh, we have a cookie.
Dr. Nick, go ahead. Join our conversation, would you please?
Oh, good Lord. What are you guys even talking about? I just barely got up here.
Nicknames.
We were talking about you.
Nicknames and androids.
What? Wait, what?
Nicknames in the army. So what was your nickname in the army?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so there were a few.
You're gonna let that slide?
No, there were a few.
Dr. Nick, you're gonna let that
What? I'm gonna let what slide? The cookie thing?
I think she asked what your nickname in the army was.
Okay, well
I was just about to say you were in the Corps.
Yeah, I was just about to correct that. First, let's correct that. I was in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, and you don't know the landmine you just stepped on.
All right, that was a big faux pas. Okay, I'll let it slide since she's a civvy, and sometimes they don't understand how that's painful, but that's okay. And I had a few, and it started in boot camp, and it was let's see, my drill instructors, because my bunkie and I both kept our long hair. They didn't make us cut our hair in the Marine Corps. She had long blonde hair. I had long black hair, and they would interchangeably call us Miss America and Miss Universe, and then they would switch our names and not tell us. So so they would they would yell for me Miss Universe, but then I would run over there and they'd be like, no, I meant Miss Universe. So we had to automatically know that our names had been switched or whatever. So those were kind of the two that stuck with us. Actually, ironically, kind of beyond boots. So those were the two main ones. So yeah.
So it's funny because Doc, while it's kind of not really a nickname, right? A lot of corpsmen are called Doc by the units that they're stationed with. I was initially called Awesome Dawson because my last name's Dawson, but somebody screamed it at me one time. You think you're awesome, don't you, Dawson? And so I got stuck with that for about 2 years.
I could see how that would work.
Yeah, I was always trying, hey, Awesome Dawson, as I was doing push-ups.
Yeah, I had one other one, but I will not say it here, only because it will out me from a privacy thing. Like it'll be too yeah. So I don't want to do that. So I mean, I'm kind of open in a lot of ways, but there's certain things I want to keep kind of private. So I won't say that one, but those were the
That's no problem.
yeah, the other two were
That's no
yeah, the
problem.
other those were the other two that kind of migrated with me beyond yeah, so
All right.
That's interesting how that happens. Axel, what were you going to say?
Zip
So you
zero. I wasn't going to say anything. Zip zilch zero.
Zip zilch zero. Oh, okay. Well, I thought that was your accent coming across there. So, Luthen, please. Did I say that right? I think I got it right.
About nickname on medics, I worked on an offshore platform, and the medic there, he had a nickname. They called him Mengele.
Ouch.
Oh, that is hard. You got to tell us what happened.
was he mean?
That.
Mengele, I think that was a famous non-doctor in a concentration camp.
Yeah, was he mean or something? Was this guy mean or like
Oh yeah, no, he was he was not mean, but he was very clumsy. So when we went there, somebody felt they were dying, so that's why he got that name. It was rude, of course.
It is Viking humor.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. It was the greatest honor in my life when the unit I was deployed with gave me a coin and started calling me Doc. It meant a heck of a lot because until then I got a lot of grief, but that's fairly common. But they never called me Mengele. They were pretty happy when I showed up with a Band-Aid.
as they should, because you kind of saved them. So yeah. All right. You said earlier that you have something. So we were discussing about the reasons for which the attitude about Ukraine and the invasion of Ukraine has changed. And you said that you have some backfire for what I was saying. So if I understood correctly, I would like to hear what you have to say.
You saying that to me, Anda?
Yes.
What do you have to say for yourself, Dogbite?
Hey, yes.
I don't remember this pushback that you're talking about. Sorry.
No problem. So, I will.
I never get off the hook so lightly. What's happening here? This is unfair. I'm gonna pack up. Good night.
Yeah, but you're Uber Axel.
Exactly. So, and you're
You're also
German, so
Uber Axel. Exactly.
I can afford to have a stronger pushback with you. So, yeah.
Love you and leave you. Bye bye.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Axel. But Anda, we do have a problem in this country going on right now. A certain person is having a rally in Waco, Texas, and Waco is spelled W-A-C-O. Those of us from Texas call it Wacko. This is where the Branch Davidians held out and had the big battle with the Department of Public Safety and ATF, and he's doing it on that anniversary, and he's out screaming, and he's got his army of, I'll be nice, people. I think I can call them people who are out there talking about we shouldn't be in Ukraine. And here's the good news. Those people have no power. They have a voice. It's a marginal voice. And it doesn't matter because the people in both parties that make these decisions that continue to drive from this are fully 100% behind Ukraine. It is the greatest bang for our buck. It's an American euphemism, right? Getting the most we can for our money to prevent stopping Russia is arming Ukraine. I mean, it's the tiniest percentage of our defense budget that's been going to that country, which again is ridiculous. We should be giving them everything that they need. I know that people say we're giving them what they need as they need it. Some people that I respect very much, like General Mark Hertling, who thinks that it has to be paced like this and we have to dole it out and they can use what's the best use for them at the time. Of course, that's us determining what's the best use for them, not them determining what's the best use, because they would certainly tell you that give it to us all and give it to us yesterday.
And nobody is dying, right? So,
right.
That's
Dave,
important.
what do you got, buddy? Nafo.
Hey, I'm wondering why Anda is still up at 3 a.m.
Just to spite you. I like to surprise people and show up at various times just to see how they react to that. So keep you on your toes.
It's worse than that. I filled in for somebody. They didn't trust me. They slapped me with Anda. You know she has an iron grip on me, the VIP, and she'll make sure whatever I do wrong, I'll hear about it. So that's why she is up still. That and the fact that she can't wait for Chuck Farr to join us a half hour early before his show, the big Saturday Night Fever show going on with Finance and with you, Nafo Dave, starting at 10 o'clock Eastern US, 9 o'clock Central. He's going to join us a little bit early because us shipmates have to stick together.
Yeah, I'm a city. I heard that part.
Nafo, what do you think about that? I think somebody might have been upset about a disco suit, and we might have come back around to do something about that.
I don't know. I think he secretly loves the disco suit. He just put him on a show. You know, I think it'll look better than the Magnum PI. So I'm not a Magnum PI fan. So
I was going to accuse him of getting married in that white suit and wearing a white tux because Chuck could be a white tux kind of guy, but of course you knew he wears dress blues, right?
Yeah. Well, I've worn a white tux before, so it's a very 80s thing.
I have been married twice, and I wore neither my blues nor a white tux.
Oh, well.
I'm not too good at it, apparently, though, so that's my problem.
So I did have a comment on. I just got home from work. I was listening on the drive home, and you were talking about how this war is crowdfunded, and that it's I think somebody had mentioned is like it's the first one that has been crowdfunded, but that's actually not true because World War II was very much funded by war bonds, which were bought by regular people. You need to. There was the constant ad of buying bonds and helping the troops, and they sold a lot of bonds, and that was their form of crowdfunding at the time. So World War II was very much also a crowdfunding thing.
That's
I
really interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Anda. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, and I'll continue.
Well, I understand that. I guess when I say crowdfunded, I mean crowdfunded with first-person narratives. from the field in real time, more specifically.
I think
Does that make sense?
I think we can add to that too, like where it's going in some instances, like say directly to units, as opposed to like through like official government channels. So we can,
Or non-official,
right,
because that's an issue, right?
right. So what I mean is like, so like the war bonds went through, the federal government. Whereas in this war, we can raise funds and it goes or to like say Chef Xenia, stuff like that. That is just very around the way as opposed to through these sort of government channels.
I remember asking my mother to send me some goggles, ski goggles, because there was so much sand getting in my eyes. And there was one mission that I went on, it was a pretty good hoof, and we got drenched in a bunch of oil. And so I asked my mother specifically for me to send me that stuff, not to send my unit everybody goggles or anything like that. This notion of that I would be up and say, "Hey, Mama, I need some ammo. What do we got? Can you send me something?" That a lot different than asking for goggles or something. Princess, what do you have, Prince?
Yeah, I thought maybe I would ask really quick if anybody saw the information yesterday about the letter that has been sent to President Biden from the Judiciary Committee, from the Senate Judiciary Committee. Boy, I can't speak today. Good thing I'm not co-hosting. I think it was a very good, very, very interesting letter. And it is
about the cluster, about the
What's
cluster
that?
munition, about the cluster munition.
No, this is not about cluster munitions. This is yet another letter specifically from the Judiciary Committee. So no, this is a very good letter. This is a letter that is encouraging the president reminding the president that within the omnibus that was passed in early 2023, I believe, at some point, it gave the executive more power to do some things. And one of those things is to cooperate and have a closer relationship with the ICC. And so this letter is encouraging President Biden to share key evidence that could aid in the prosecutions of the people who have so far had arrest warrants or any other things, I suppose, any other potential charges that could be coming down the line. So this is something that is very, very, very targeted. Saying, hey, the ICC's been building this case. We've given you the power to do more, and you're not doing it. So will you please start sharing the information that we have with the ICC and working closer with the ICC, even though we're not part of the ICC, so that we can help contribute to bringing these people to justice. I just thought it was a great thing. So it was something that I noted, and I thought, hey, I haven't heard anybody talk about this today because I heard about it late last night. So I thought I'd bring it up. Did you see anything about that, Dr. Nick, or anyone else?
I did not. I was trying to catch up to as much as I could today, as there's always so much information happening, but that's not one that I caught, and I'm really glad you brought it up.
I saw it in passing. And honestly, I completely forgot about it until you brought it up. I've been working on research because I have a conference I'm going to the beginning of April. So just a heads up, I'll be kind of like in and out until like the end of first week. Well, I guess like my actual research presentation is April 6th, and then like but I'll be through that weekend, I'll be at the conference. And after that, I'll be kind of a little bit more available, but just a heads up. So I meant to go back to that and I completely forgot until you just mentioned it. But I saw the headline and I forgot to look at it. I was writing all day yesterday and part of today. And then I picked up my daughter's friend and took them to dinner, and I just got back. So thanks for the reminder. I'll go check it out.
Well, there's
That's
Dr.
good.
Nick reminding us all that she is a doctor and has to speak at conferences because she's brilliant and we love her for it. But no, and
100%.
I actually sort of skipped the article about it, and because I didn't want any spin on it, I just wanted to see it. And so I found the link to the judiciary website and I read the letter and what the judiciary committee says about it. And so I actually didn't read the news articles. I just went straight to the judiciary to get it right from the horse's mouth. So it's I think it was a good move on their part. And once again, I have to admit there's a little bit of me that likes Lindsey Graham, and it scares me sometimes.
That scares the bejesus out of me.
It
Info
does.
Dave.
Yes, I saw that article. I saw that article as well, and thought that I think they're trying to kind of nip things in the bud, Republican wise. That the Judiciary Committee with with Lindsey Graham and I'm with everybody else. I never thought I would agree with him on much, but here we are. I
Nope,
also
I
never
still don't
thought
agree
I
with
would
him.
agree with Ted Cruz on much, but um, it's
Nope,
so
definitely not. Take that back.
take that back. Well, just
Sorry, I
one
live
little
in
thing.
Texas, so he's my senator, and I live in the same city as that idiot does too. So he can get on a plane, go to Cancun, and yeah.
Okay,
Not a fan.
anyway, I think they're getting out kind of in front of, and so that because I think some people, very pro-Putin people, are going to use this. Well, we're not in the ICC, so it doesn't. We shouldn't cooperate. I think they're just trying to get out ahead of that.
Well, the
I agree with that too.
the the order for Putin is out anyway. So I
Look,
think
in this country, committees within the Senate and the House of Representatives have a certain importance, self-importance attached to them, and then they feel the need to come out and say this. I'm not worried about the Senate. I'm worried about the House. The Senate can do these things, and I think it's great because we need to keep reinforcing the message that we're with Ukraine from start to finish. But at the end of the day, these real decisions about what we're doing over there are coming from the president, and that's it. Dr. Nick.
So I'm reading over the letter, and it looks, I mean, it's a bipartisan letter. So it's, Dick Durbin, Lindsey Graham, Robert Mendez, Tom Tillis, Blumenthal, and White House were the signatories. So it's clearly a bipartisan letter here. And so just basically saying that, they want the Biden administration to use everything at their disposal to assist the ICC with their efforts and in their investigations regarding Putin and what's her face, Lvov Belova. So I just thought I would point that out because it is bipartisan. But yeah, so I mean, it's a good letter. I think it's definitely important to for them to have issued this. So I guess to put a
Well,
fire
that's coming
under.
out of the Senate, right? That's coming out of the
Yes.
Senate. We're
Yes.
not worried about the Senate, right? That's where the
Right.
grown-ups live.
Right. Yeah, for the most part, yes. See, I mean, unfortunately, though, the problem is that the way that the way that stuff works is that you need the Congress too. And so if you need funding, or if the Congress would have to pass stuff too, and sign on off on stuff too.
Well, somewhat, right? I mean, but at the end of the day, they can take it out of the defense budget. So that's, the Pentagon and Biden working on that together to bring that out. And while it's great and I appreciate it, I don't put too much stock in that. And
So this Wednesday, right? Past Wednesday, we have had this order, right? Through which, if Putin sets foot in one of the countries which are signatory of the Rome Convention, through which ICC was created, to the Rome Statute, actually, that established this ICC, they can arrest him and defer him to justice. It is so there are several things that can be said, right? US, it's not part of it, okay, but if they so choose to deliver him, who are we to not receive it? So this is one part. Second, Ukraine is not part of the ICC per se, but they deposed some documents to the ICC at the beginning of the second invasion of Ukraine, and they are backed up by countries who actually signed and are part of the ICC, such as Romania, Poland, and others. So we kind of stand for Ukraine in this institution as witness and third parts of this. Russia was part of the ICC, but they withdrew from the ICC in 2016 when ICC basically condemned the fact that they occupied Crimea, right? So they took Crimea, and then they got upset. They were called out about this occupation, and therefore they withdrew from the ICC. So at this point, they are not part of the organization, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. We're not part of the USA is not part of it either. The problem.
That's part.
Go ahead,
That's
Prince.
part of the point of what this letter is about, though, because what you have to go into is the part where it says Congress provided you enhanced authority in the fiscal year 2023 omnibus to assist the International Criminal Court in its efforts to prosecute war crimes committed in Ukraine by Russia through information sharing, technical assistance, and financial support from the US government. So everything that the executive needs to be able to assist with this is already there, already been approved by Congress, already been approved by Senate. It doesn't need any money or anything like that. It can just be done. That's the key part there.
Exactly.
You're 100% right. Yep, 100%.
Exactly. So that's what I said. So that's what I meant when I said that the ICC is not going to refuse if Putin sets foot in the US, which I highly doubt it will happen. But this is a statement, right? That it enforces something that is there. US supports the fact that Putin is a criminal. He is a war criminal. He ordered a criminal and genocidal war against another country. So I highly doubt he will go to the US in order to be arrested and delivered to the international criminal court. But it's important for US to have this stance. Am I right, Dr. Nick?
Yeah. Couple things. Yeah, for sure. One, the ICC. I'm sorry, Ukraine made itself subject to the jurisdiction of the ICC for purposes of all of these investigations, etc., related to the war and everything. So it can do that, like it reserves the right to do that, even though it's not technically a member of the ICC. So it gave the ICC permission to, come on its territory to do these investigations, to submit itself to the jurisdiction of the ICC, etc. And it also, like the UN, has jurisdiction to for congruent investigations that could potentially come to pass related to the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, um, because there's also ongoing cases there related to a case that Ukraine brought, that they've already made one preliminary um, finding there, which Ukraine brought a case at the very beginning of the war, um, and they found in Ukraine's favor, and it was related to the idea that Russia insisted that they began the war because Ukraine was committing genocide in the East against Russian speakers. And of course, Russia made that allegation because then they could trigger the R2P, the right to protect, uh, under their constitution, etc., which would give them the right under UN Charter, essentially, to violate Ukraine's borders and sovereignty, right? And so Ukraine
Right.
brought this case to the ICJ, and Ukraine, so the ICJ did an investigation, this sort of emergency investigation, etc., and found in a preliminary manner that there was no such evidence of genocide. The case is still ongoing, but so far they found no evidence of any kind of genocide. Multiple states have, put in, additional stuffs. No stuff is, they can't find any evidence of genocide, long story short. And so, again, Ukraine has made itself subject to the ICC. And of course, even though the United States is not a member of the ICC, they do partner with the ICC. So kind of like what Anda was saying, and what the letter is sort of alluding to, is that we do cooperate with the ICC, and not only would we provide them with any sort of evidence in relation to the case that we have, uh, we would also, if Vova were to show up here, or if what's her face were to show up here, we would completely arrest either or both of them on site and turn them over to The Hague. We would, provide any assistance to anybody else to help them do that on anybody else's territories, or, provide any intelligence to anybody else to help, anybody else arrest or what have you, right? If we knew that they were on somebody else's territory, sort of incognito, right? We would also provide that sort of intelligence as well. So we would totally
Yeah.
collaborate to provide that evidence. So absolutely.
Dr. Nick, you bring up a point that is a sensitive subject, and my mentor and good friend, Chuck Farr, is going to join us here in a little while before his Saturday Night Fever attempt. But I've brought this up with him. It's the same reason I am very opposed to PMCs. And the reason we haven't made more noise about Wagner is because we're afraid of how that looks back on us. And it's the same truth that it's the reason we're not in the ICC, when we should
Exactly.
be. Right.
Exactly.
No,
And go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, exactly. I mean, and um, this is one thing that I actually talk about with because I teach a class on terrorism and political violence. And, this is a conversation, actually, ironically, that I have with my students, because, uh, you know, we kind of look at Wagner a lot, and we talk about that one reason why Russia deploys people like Wagner is to have a sort of arm's length distance, to have plausible deniability in relation to anything like human rights violations or what have you, right? Because they try to argue that, well, this isn't us. It's not, they aren't acting on behalf of us per se. Really, they aren't part of our military. Sure, we might be kind of sort of hiring them, but they're not really in our chain of command per se,
And
right?
this is the problem, right? In 2014, when Obama failed to act, when Russia invaded Luhansk and Donetsk, he called them little green men, and they weren't Russian troops. And because he said that, we didn't act when we could have stopped all this crap right then and there. It's the greatest shame of that administration that I otherwise 100% fully supported. And
Agreed.
it's the exact same reason. And listen, you know what? I have a lot of thoughts on that, and we'll bring that up. But before we move on, because my good friend Chuck has arrived here tonight, we have something special planned for the next 23 minutes before finance comes up for his Saturday Night Fever special. I want to get to the people that have been patiently waiting here. Via, jump in, please.
Hello, thank you. Since, I mean, the Judiciary Committee must have had a reason to send this, because it seems rather straightforward for the administration, the Biden administration, to fully cooperate in any way with the ICC.
It's because of the House, Via. That's why they
Oh,
have
it
to do
was
it,
the
because
House.
there's idiots in the House.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe there was some military intelligence problem or
No,
something. Okay, thank you,
no,
thank
it
you.
was a Senate sent out. It was members of the Senate Judiciary that sent this message out and sent it to Biden, who's already 100% on board. The reason they have to do this is because we have some crazy people in the House of Representatives that are saying, stop supporting war. It's a border skirmish. They're repeating Russian propaganda. And the adults in the room, which in the United States is the Senate, had to say something and go, no, this is wrong, and this is why this is wrong. Part of it is we need to support our president. Part of it is we need to counter a message to the people in the House that are trying to go the other direction and not continue to support Ukraine. And the overall message that we need to send to people of Ukraine. Good.
Are we losing Doc?
Yeah, his voice comes in and out. Doc, I don't know if you can hear us. But
Yeah, no, but I had a little audio blink there, but I'm back with you.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. So, welcome, Chuck. Welcome up.
Hi, guys. Dr. Nick. I was listening and enjoying, and hi, Doc, and hi, everybody.
How are you, shipmate? Good to see you.
I'm good. I'm in a windy place right tonight. It's howling out here, and I'm glad I'm not anchored out, shipmate. It's one of those nights.
Well, listen, I want to personally thank you big time for coming up, because, if you guys look up in the nest here, which is that little area above where everybody is, you're going to see a couple of pictures there about Chuck's infamous first time ever Saturday night with finance and NAFO Dave talking to an audience that he doesn't normally talk to, which is the one that I'm the one to spend the most time with Chuck on. So I asked my good friend if he would come up here and join us for a little while. And I was curious if y'all would look up in that nest, which Chuck should show up for finance tonight. Hawaiian shirt Chuck or disco suit Chuck?
I would have put
for the night.
We could put a bag on my head and make me the unknown comic who's also from that era. And it might make me look a little better.
Oh my gosh, I hadn't thought about that one in so long, Chuck. Oh my Lord.
The unknown comic. Yes, indeed.
Oh my God. I feel
And we still don't know who he was.
I feel old now. Oh my God.
Hey, Dr. Nick and Chuck, a friend of ours, aka Finance, is going to come up in here, and I think he already had something to say, even though it's not his time for another 19 minutes.
Well, we're just stretching out, and Doc and I were talking, or we were communicating before the show tonight, and we exchanged a couple of pictures of ourselves in let's just say in the 1970s. And Doc and I have nothing to be ashamed of, unlike some people I know who have platform heels and angel flight pants and these really weird haircuts. Doc and I look like, I don't know, we look regular, right, Doc?
Dude, we were cool before they knew what cool was. Hawaiian shirts, Hawaiian hats. I mean, come on.
Well, I wasn't that cool in the 70s, folks, because I was sent, not went, to military school. And you may have skipped English in high school, but I used to skip weeks if the surf was good. And that got me a round trip ticket to Stanton Military Academy in Stanton, Virginia, where my parents turned their Pinko into a Patriot.
Oh, that is so funny. I got a scholarship to Reed College, and my father would not let me go. Even though I had a scholarship, he's like, "Nope, I'm paying for your school. You're going to University of Texas," because he was not going to let me go to a school that didn't have grades, and that was as pinko as anything in Oregon had to offer. Pretty damn funny. So he ended up paying for my undergraduate degree when I had a free ride.
You know, I went, there were two schools in the United States where you could major in clinical psychology as an undergraduate. One of them was Cal State Northridge, and the other was UC Santa Cruz. And UC Santa Cruz at the time had no grades. Everything was pass fail. And even as an 18-year-old kid, I thought, how are you going to get into graduate school with 120 units of pass?
This was worse. Reed wasn't even pass fail. It was like, I see what you did there. Okay, you have a degree. Which now I have to say this though, because I've had some great experiences in my life, and one of them was I worked for Apple for 12 years, and I worked for Apple from 1999 to 2011. So I was there 7 years before the iPhone came out, and then 3 years passed. So it was kind of like my military experience, where there was all this new kit coming in and new MREs coming in, and I was on the way out. So it was a much different story. But he went to Reed College, and he decided to study calligraphy. His parents hated him for that. One of his fathers, his adoptive father, was Syrian actually, couldn't stand that he was doing something around something creative and in the arts. But it was that attention to detail that he gained in calligraphy that led him to be such a great leader. So let's not question what motivates somebody in their course of education to get where they were, right? Because I can tell my dad now, I go, well, look, Dad, if I had gone to Reed, I probably would have, been in the garage with Steve instead of working for him.
There's a lot to be said for hippie schools. And, it was funny. I was going to go to William and Mary as well, but it came between driving an hour and a half to Virginia Beach to surf or being able to surf whenever I wanted to. So Northridge won out.
So, Chuck, one of the things I was telling you about today when we were talking is, of course, Warrior Soul, an excellent book by Chuck Farr that I highly recommend to people if you want to understand the mindset of a kid from the 70s growing up and ending up being a Navy SEAL. That I highly recommend this book. Here's the added little nugget that I loved so much, and I was talking with Chuck about this earlier today, is that the audiobook is narrated by Chuck, and it is awesome. So any audiobook fans out there, I highly recommend that you grab this book because it's still available. It's a great listen. You got to turn the sound up to 1.3. Chuck's doing a very calm staccato in that book. So you got to speed it up a little bit. But that's one of the great things about digital technology is we can do that. And I have such a blast listening to that, Chuck. So I'm really glad you put that out. And I'm really glad that you narrated. And personally, I think you should be narrating a whole lot of books these days.
Well, thank you. I think Random House was just trying to save some money on the audio book. So they brought me down to a studio and stuck me in there. But you know what? They fed me lunch every day. So that was good. Even though they fed me with a slingshot, at least I got free chow.
Spoken like a true military serviceman. I got chow.
Doc, I'm very glad you like that.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm very flattered, and I'm very glad you like the book.
No, it's wonderful, and I do love audiobooks, and I really do. And I mean, I like reading books too, but I really love audiobooks because I'm trying to do a whole bunch of things and I can do that. It takes a little while to train your brain to be able to still mow the lawn while you're listening to a book. But once you get that down, you're in pretty good shape. Skykiss, you have a question? Go ahead.
Well, not exactly a question. Just I was supposed to go to UC Santa Cruz as an art
Oh
student.
yeah.
Oh, yes. Way back then, I probably would have spent a lot of time at the beach covered up because I'm a natural redhead, right? So I guess you've had a few sunburns yourself. So.
I did. I was an ocean lifeguard as a redhead, and that, I'm paying for it now.
You are.
You
You
s-
are. Me too. Yeah.
I have
I'm
two.
looking forward to that audio book. That sounds great. You got it up in the nest, right?
I will post the link to it up there. It's in Audible. It's Warrior Soul. Chuck has another book too.
That sounds great.
Geronimo. Chuck, what's the full title of the other one? The Geronimo book.
It was SEAL Target Geronimo, the inside story of the mission to get Osama bin Laden. That was a New York Times bestseller, I'm proud to say. Let's see, I can't remember who published that. I think it was also Ren. I don't know.
See, Chuck, what we're doing here tonight, we don't want to step on Finance and NAPO Dave's toes. They've got a whole mission statement for their gig tonight with
I'm
you.
looking
So we're
forward
going to
to it.
get down into the personal Chuck stories tonight. All right, not the normal battlefield that we do on Tuesdays and Thursdays and all the other days you join in to help spread the word of MriyaReport. And I'd like all of my friends and listeners, audience members, participants here in Ukraine to retweet the space. Let them know that Saturday Night Fever is coming up in 11 minutes. But in the meantime, if you have a question for Chuck, if you'd like to know something about him personally, please go right ahead.
I'll be giving snowboarding tips too. If you're in deep powder on a snowboard, lean back and keep your nose up, and that'll save you a lot of grief.
That sounds good. Finance, did you have something to say, buddy?
Finance, where are you? You are my.
There you go. Sorry, it takes a second to kick in the audio when you come
Hey,
up.
brother, I'm looking forward to it. I'm finally paying off my debt.
Good evening. Good evening. That makes you unlike a significant number of banks in America. So for the financial financial report, Chuck pays off debts. Banks, depositors are okay. Everybody else is host.
So, Chuck, while we have Finance here on the line with us, which of those pictures in the nest do you prefer?
Well,
the one that Finance made or the one that I made?
listen, I think they're both pretty high speed. Like I said, though, I'd put that bag on my head, because if you had the bag on the head, people would know it was the Unknown Comic, and then they would figure out it was me, the Unknown Frogman.
So, in other words, you're saying mine was better.
I'm saying, as Abraham Lincoln once said, he was asked to say which one was better, and he said they both mutually excel each other. And I thought, that's the case here.
Go ahead.
That is an excellent politician comment right there.
He's one of my favorite guys.
First, I would note that I did not, in fact, make the meme. I don't really make any of the memes. That came from the excellent help on the back end. So you're not insulting me, Doc. You're insulting our good buddies on the back end. So you might want to watch yourself real quick. It is known that I have zero abilities with Photoshop. So
let me rephrase that, because I also did not make the Hawaiian shirt, Chuck. I also relied on the same source that you did. So let me rephrase that. Which one presented better represents you, Chuck?
Well, I'm more of an Aloha shirt guy, and it's funny, back in the day,
yes,
surfers of my generation either wore Aloha shirts or somehow cowboy shirts, and that's what that was the de rigueur West Coast surfer look when I was
doing that. And then I spent a lot of time surfing in the Caribbean, and the Aloha shirts made the, and Guyubera shirts, but we couldn't afford those. Guyubera shirts are expensive.
So
So that
Chuck,
shirt's actually pronounced a Wayabera,
Right, the Guayabera with the
not a
like.
Wayabera. And have you noticed, Chuck, how close a Wayabera is to that very popular shirt in Ukraine? And if somebody in Ukraine can tell me the name of that shirt, you'd really be helping me out. But it's very much, or it's embroidery stitched.
Yeah,
They do it in some cool blue and yellow colors.
yeah, those are great. It's a Guayabera like Hirachi sandals, not Garachi sandals.
Oh, again, another Cuban import into the United States where there should be no communist imports. Go ahead, finance.
Oh, I was gonna kick off some military questions since I just got out of my Sabbath, and what little I can tell from the various OSINT guys I listened to, it sounds like while I was enjoying a day of rest, the Russians had a really, really bad day, and that good things are going for the Ukrainians in Bakhmut. Did I miss an excellent update on this, Chuck? Now that we're late night, I would really love to know.
Yeah,
I need that military update, man.
yeah, they
Hey,
we can get.
Chuck, hang on 1 second, sir.
Yep.
Finance, you have 7 minutes until you get to start asking Chuck military questions. We did not want to step on your toes at 8:53.
Yeah, but
Your time is at 9 o'clock.
I am jonesing, man. I am in military update withdrawal. I haven't heard anything in at least 25 hours. And I just need you to understand that it's okay if you co-host a little bit for some military discussion with Chuck. It's fine. I'm in withdrawal. I'm just a panelist. I'm also a MriyaReport listener. I'm not just a co-host. And I also like the military updates as much as the rest of our American audience.
All right. I've already learned long ago not to argue with two people on our team, and one of them is finance. I'm just saying, we didn't want to step on your toes and get ahead of the military bullet point Saturday night fever night. And so we were just kind of softballing Chuck, warming him up for you. But if you are ready to take over with the mill, I will happily sit back and do that. I just wanted to make sure that my shipmate knew that I was thinking about him when I saw him in that disco suit and thought, I have to do something about this. That's all.
Well, there we go. And I have been also reminded that there is a military blackout in place by the Ukrainian government. My latest reports were based on the 0600 updates from the general staff. That was, of course, 18 hours ago. But
Chuck, maybe that's a good place to start, which is why the military blackout now? Because Ukraine has done a masterful job of talking about their offensive for quite a while now. It's imminent, and it's this, and it's that, all these kind of things. And now they're kind of slow rolling that back a little bit. So I think that's probably a great point to bring up and a great transition to my friend Finance.
I am happy to transition. At finance, they were hitting me with surfing questions and what do you wear in college? And
oh, wait a minute, we got to be careful about using the word transition here, Chuck. That's a new hot button in this country. We have to watch that word.
That's right. Well, we also discussed why a couple of us didn't go to UC Santa Cruz.
Amen.
We all had the same I heard reason. Some of that. And Chuck, did you wear anything in college if you were a surfer?
Yeah, I did actually. I didn't wear blue jeans, funny enough. I wore corduroys, which were very cool back then. Straight leg corduroy pants. Doc, you remember those?
I still own them, and I don't care what they say. I love them.
Now I wear those old man cargo pants because I've got so many electronic devices and keys and other stupid stuff that geezers carry around,
So that 6'3" frame is put a little bit around the middle, huh?
We actually we actually have a Viking here who I think wants to share some of the excitement over Chuck's Hawaiian shirt, or maybe a disco.
Can you hear me?
I can. I'm getting you. Yeah, I can tell you a funny thing. I was in Central America doing odd things, and we finally got out of the jungle, and we were staying at the best hotel in Tegucigalpa, Honduras, which at that time, no kidding, literally was the Days Inn. And we all go upstairs, take a shower, and we come down, and we had packed, but we all had been issued these black Hawaiian shirts. We all got them from the same place, a 3-letter agency. They had Velcro front. They had wooden buttons, but there was a Velcro front, and they were cut big under the left arm so you could wear a shoulder holster. So we all came down the stairs wearing the exact same shirt. And thereafter, we became known as the sharp-dressed men.
Wait. The sharp, was this pre or post ZZ Top?
Yeah, no, this was ZZ Top was the song was right about at that time. So,
Right then.
yeah, so
Sharp dressed
this
man.
was about 1981 or 82. I know people are going, "Oh my God." Yeah, that's how long ago it was. And if anyone thinks war is a good
No.
idea, what did that war accomplish? Well, not very much.
Amen to that. ZZ Top, also another Texas phenomenon, much like myself.
The Eliminator.
I had to throw that in there. All right, so look, finance. You got your hat on, buddy? You ready to go?
I'm wearing a purple hat right now. If it makes you feel better.
As in Kansas State?
No, I just happen to have a nice stack of purple kippas that I wear. And
good, because Kansas State lost.
I'm not a basketball guy until football season starts again. I'm sort of ignorant on sports.
I'm a baseball guy, but I'm also a March Madness guy because it's just insane. It's the only time I can beat my brother when we're betting on sports, because I just randomly pick shit and it works out for me. Excuse me, pick stuff and it works out, because that's how March Madness is.
You know what? I just got to get in one point. One of a little known school in the South where somebody I know graduated, the Citadel, actually won some games and threw off everybody's brackets, because the Citadel is not a very big school. It is the school featured in the Lords of Discipline, with Doc and I were talking about earlier when we were discussing high school. Doc went to high school. I went to a military prison.
It's funny because we were talking about that, because my dad got sent to NIMI, so he went to a military school as well. But from what I understand from you, Chuck, that was kind of like being in the Army versus being in a much superior force like the Navy.
New Mexico Military Institute called by its alumni 9 million marching idiots. And it was one of the military schools with distinction. There were 4 of them in the United States. New Mexico Military Institute was one, Stanton Military Academy was one, and Fort Union was one. And anyone who thought they were going to straighten their son out by sending them to a place where they would be going to school with 700 other world-class juvenile delinquents, they were sadly mistaken, because that's where I learned how to pick a lock, forge a driver's license, and hotwire a car, is at military school.
Yeah, my parents sent me to Oak Creek Ranch School in Arizona, and I went kicking and screaming my senior year. They dragged me out, and I wake up, and this school is in Sedona, Arizona.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I looked outside, I got up in the morning after being all mad that I was being sent to this boarding school, and I saw how beautiful it was, and I went, Yeah, I'm okay with this. And then I met every student who was an exact replica of me. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is going to be good.
Yeah, Sedona is amazing. What an amazing place.
It truly is. It really is amazing. Okay, so Anda, do you have any parting thoughts for the night? Because we are now 2 minutes encroaching on finance's time to talk mil spec with our buddy Chuck.
Finance has got it, and we are here.
We haven't quite relinquished the helm yet, but Anda, go ahead.
I'm gonna be a lady, and let the gentlemen have their port.
Oh God! Whenever that happens, I always wanted to go with the ladies myself. I didn't want to sit there and bloviate, which I do now every night, pretty much.
Yeah, but you also told him you were an astronaut.
And I own this bar.
Hey, I did the same thing in med school. We told them that we were gynecologists. So, we thought that was a better angle than psychiatry students.
Doc, that's funny. I forgot that you said I'm an astronaut, and I thought, where did he get that? And it's in the book. So I did used to
It's
tell
in the
people I
book.
was an astronaut, and it used to work.
I would have done the exact same thing.
So I'm laughing here, listening to to your stories. Yeah, I won't tell you how it is for someone to hear. Let's put it this way: you go someplace and someone comes up with a story, and you look at that person and you're like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's a nice try, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, try another.
nice try with the astronaut thing. Good on you.
Yeah.
What you may not
Uh,
realize, because we see this little picture of Chuck. Chuck is 6'3". He's a big guy. I'm 5'10". And I'm 5'9" after 5 back surgeries. I was 5'10", I promise, but now I'm 5'9". He's a big guy, and you don't see that on a little bitty picture that's over here. So, but Chuck will also tell you that as 5'10" guys, we did all right too, didn't we, Chuck?
You know, most team guys are not big. In training, the big guys form the goon squad, because it is the smaller guys and the lighter guys who do better. They're faster and they get through the obstacle course better.
I was a member of the Texas Speleological Society for many years, and I used to love doing caving. And I can tell you what, being that 5'10" guy in a cave was a whole heck of a lot better than being that 6-foot guy in a cave. Sky guess.
Well, finance,
Yeah.
let's get on it. And Doc, continue sniping, and we will be here.
Copy that.
all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc, for co-hosting with me tonight.
It's been
Chuck, for
fun, hasn't it? We have to do this again, don't we?
yeah, we do. Definitely. So, Chuck, a real pleasure to have you. Usually you're off to bed when I come co-hosting.
Cookies and cocoa for me. Absolutely. I'm happy to. I was so happy that the finance invited me on, and I'm so glad to be talking to a new audience, and looking forward to the evening.
So, Anda, before you go for tonight, are there any questions you have for Chuck that you've wanted to ask, but you were normally asleep when we were doing it?
I always have questions, but I feel it's not fair, because usually when I start with the questions, 30 minutes after, uh, people are still waiting. So I will do the following. I will drop. I will let finance up, and I will rejoin as a speaker and ask my questions. How about that?
Perfect.
Finance, was it a good Shabbat, brother, or was it
It's
frantic?
going to take him a minute. He because of these Twitter glitches that are not specific to Android always, we have to kind of wiggle around, and there's better ways to come up to co-host than others, and so he should be joining us very soon.
Well, we can stall, Doc.
We can. I know we can. Oh, and look, lo and behold, here is the amigo.
Good evening, everybody. It is now 9:12 p.m. Central Standard Time, which makes it, unless they skipped an hour, I believe it is 6:12 a.m. No, that's wrong. It is 4:12 a.m. Kyiv time. Yes. How terrible am I off on this? Do they just have the correct? They just have their daylight savings in Kyiv?
Let's see. Is it? Yeah. No, I think it is 5:12 maybe over there.
5:12. Yeah, they just had their daylight savings time. Yes, I.
5:08.
5:08.
Oh, sorry.
So we're doing the morning drive show in Kyiv. That is great.
Hey, finance Chuck. So listen, I begged Chuck to come up for a little bit so we could have some fun with you, but this is not my spot. I'm going to slide out and let my good friend NAFO Dave come up and take over my job. Mr. Farr, thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much spending some time with me tonight before you have to go through this torture, because this is going to be good.
Thank you, Doc. It's always good talking to you, shipmate. And finance, I'm in your capable hands, and as well.
Anda, will hopefully go to bed, but she of course has come up as a speaker and will be asking questions too. It's what 4 or 5 a.m. wherever she is, so she's just die hard here. But no, we do always appreciate it. And I actually have a full panel, which means that if somebody would like to, which means that if your hand is not up or if you are not speaking, feel free to drop. I may involuntarily drop some people. Nothing personal. It's just I would like to keep a space up in case somebody requests. We have the Late Night NAFO show with Chuck, Saturday Night Fever. Pick your favorite outfit of Chuck Farr up in the nest. We like them all.
I never
Chuck
looked
will be
so
doing
good.
a fashion show for us live, posting pictures.
I have never been accused of being a fashion plate, so it's good to look so good up there.
Since apparently you were in a unit known as the Sharp Dressed Men, the most important question I have for this story you brought us is, do you still have the shirt?
You know, I did have it for years, but I was on this. It was actually in this sea bag where I had a bunch of climbing gear that wasn't dried out, and I pulled it all out, and some sort of mushroom-like growth had gotten on it, so everything got thrown out. But those shirts were really epic. You know, to have a Velcro thing, and I guess that was so you could rip your shirt open and draw your pistol, which I thought a pistol and an Aloha shirt are the two things that really shouldn't be going together, actually.
You know, this is some straight Hollywood action brought to you by various agencies. Like this literally sounds like something a Hollywood writer would come up with, not a military
you know, and I wasn't a Hollywood. Well, you know what? I guess I had sold a screenplay by then. I was there for a while. I sold a screenplay while I was in, and there for a while I was the only naval officer in America with a William Morris agent. So it was kind of a weird life I was leading at the time.
All right. That's right. You heard everyone. I'm finally joined by our good friend, Dr. NAFO Day. We are having late night NAFO night with Chuck Farr for late night Saturday Night Fever bullet points. He is regaling us with his double life tales of being in the military and being a Hollywood writer.
Kind of odd. Kind of odd.
But while Chuck explains these great things, I do have military questions, but we also have a full panel with hands up. I have no idea what order they came in, so I'm going to go left to right, top down. That's going to be George, Anda, Abdullah, Skykiss. George, you're up first.
I can't believe finance. I haven't been on the space with you as a co-host in a very long while, and just I can't believe it. Saturday Night Fever with Chuck Farrar, and I'm sure he has his dancing shoes. I can only I would love to see Alan on here too, because God only knows what Alan would be wearing here as his Saturday Night Fever getup. We got to get those pictures up on the Nest Finance.
Silky smooth.
Silky.
What was that?
Well, somehow Alan has got a new call sign, and that is Silky Smooth, because he is such a good hand at working the board and co-hosting and being a journalist, and it might stick because you don't get to pick your own call sign, really.
Oh
No,
my
you
God!
do not.
Let me tell you. Just my first question for you, Chuck. I'm gonna get the ball rolling. So someone said about Shabbat, and someone said that the Russians did not have a good Shabbat today in Bakhmut. That vital highway that we love to hear Chuck chime in on looks like that got some breathing room from initial reports. Now, of course, this is not official information. This is just information that's kind of trickling through, because obviously there's a lot of OPSEC on what's going on in that area, and there is pretty much a shutdown on news from that area, official news from the Ukrainian armed forces. But Chuck, have you heard anything? Because I heard that the Russians did not have a good Shabbat.
Well, they didn't have a good Shabbat, and I will couch all of my comments. The Ukrainian government has asked the media not to comment on offensive activities. Everything I'll be talking about tonight was based on the 0600 briefing this morning.
That's good.
Yeah.
I was testing you, Chuck, because I wanted to see if you still kept the protocols. But
Yeah.
yes.
Well,
but,
I do. I have picked a side in this war. So, but the road that they are talking about, this appears on my own maps. It's a very small road. It's an O series road, the 0508, parallels the M03. CNN's making as much of it as they possibly can, but they, I don't think they knew the name of the road. But it's one that we've been covering on our maps and here on the MR for, I don't know, folks. You've got the info. We've been covering it for months, I think. But very bad day for the Russians. Ukraine conducted 16 aviation strike missions, and the Russians lost about 700 people, 10 armored vehicles, and 11 infantry fighting vehicles. And most of these losses occurred around Bakhmut. But the Russians also had a very bad day in Avdiivka as well. And that's too bad, because if they just stay home, none of these things would have happened.
Yep. If they had just stayed home or packed their shit, this past winter and went home, yep, they would be above ground instead of below it. So, or part of it, or whatever you have you. But thanks, Chuck. Yeah, it looks like something is brewing over there, and it's good to see some good news coming out of there, even though if it's in little bits and pieces, and those young men and women fighting for Ukraine in Bakhmut area, they've been catching the brunt of it, and given the Russians hell. So we got to raise a glass to them. If anybody's drinking anything tonight, because it is Saturday Night Fever, please don't drink and drive. So if you have a glass, please raise it to those brave young men and women of the Ukrainian armed forces that have been doing their best to send the Russians back from where they came.
And Godspeed to them as they go back to wherever they came from.
Exactly.
Yeah. All I could add there is from every picture I've seen of Ukrainian forces, it's for well, better because they need them, and worse because they have to. Not just young men and women. There's a lot of people who are closer to 40 or 50 than 18 in that military, and they're there for all the same reason. So we do salute them for all ages currently defending their country.
Finance. You just said 40 and 50, so that rules me and Chuck out by about 20 years.
Yeah, a lot of things rule me out.
All right. Our next question comes from the weird furry fella that has questions. Anda.
Me? Yes, I do have questions. And also about Bakhmut. Actually, the question are, it's really late, 5 a.m. in the morning. For if you count that we jumped an hour, and I haven't slept, so take this with a grain of salt. So I have two questions, right? One of them is regarding the ammunition, right? I have seen two reports, two interviews have been given. One by President Zelensky, the other one by Poland's Prime Minister, and both of them emphasized the need for more ammunition for Ukraine. And I was wondering if this would be. I know we talk about, we have discussed here in the space the need for ammunition for the past month, more than months. Are we close to that point in which Ukraine needs to be mindful, or is it just an impediment in starting a counteroffensive?
There's two things going on. There's the supplying the troops that are in contact right now with the Russians, and the Russians are pushing. They are desperate to get their footing offensively before these new and better equipped and very highly trained new units come online. And Ukraine is facing the problem of fighting the Russians where they keep showing up, and Vika and Bakhmut, among other places, but those two principally. And also diverting the incoming ammunition and stockpiling it so they can meet the new and increasing demands of offensive warfare when that happens. So that puts a strain on the ammunition supplies, and Ukraine needs more of everything, from band-aids to bullets to aircraft. They need every single item that armed forces could need. But those two competing needs, one to stockpile ammunition, get it into a supply system, keep it dispersed but close to the battle lines, and getting ammunition directly into the hands of the warfighters who need it right now. So that puts a big strain on the system. So even though more ammunition is showing up, it's still in critical supply.
Thank you. I see we have a lot of hands, so I will let others ask, and I will ask my question last.
Thank you. Ando, you will hop back in line, and we are going to keep on moving with our significant order of speakers. We have Abdullah, Skykiss, Doc Bites, Suzanne. Abdullah.
I'll break in just a little bit. I've had some requests to come up, and we have a full panel right now. So if you don't have questions, or if you can drop down to let some other people come up, we have requests that I can't fill. So thank you.
All right. Full panel. I have bumped some people down just due to the fact that we have a full panel. Nothing personal, y'all. Please come back up if you have a question. Until then, please enjoy the listeners gallery. It is a nice place. I personally spend a lot of time there. Abdullah, you're up next, sir.
Hey, thank you, Finance. Chuck, it's 6:22 here in Dubai, Sunday morning. I think this is the first time I've listened to you on a morning drive.
Good morning,
Thank you so
Abdullah.
much for your time. I really appreciate it. You've been giving a lot of your time to us, Chuck, to dissect what's happening in Ukraine. Just a quick question, Chuck. Who's gonna be the fall guy in this when it comes to the Russians for this what do you call Bakhmut debacle? And also, we haven't heard from General Sorovikin. What has happened to him? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think Prigozhin is doing his best to insulate himself from what is becoming increasingly obvious. He conspicuously asked, I guess it's now last week, but earlier in this passing week, he said that he anticipated a major Ukrainian counterattack, and that he feared for the safety of his own convict rapist. No, I mean his troops north of Bakhmut. It's probably the only thing Prigozhin has said in his entire life that I agree with. He is going to get his clock cleaned. And although there is a hardcore fighting nucleus of Wagner troops, they are very experienced fighters. There are several layers of sort of membership in Wagner. At the very bottom are the expendable convicts who get bussed to the front and delivered into hopeless tactical situations. There are some other slightly higher caliber individuals who have voluntarily joined Wagner. They have military skills to varying degrees, and then there's an extremely hard-bitten, hardcore, violent nucleus, and they are the force to be reckoned with. But they comprise probably only 10 in 100 of, if you take the Wagner guys and line them up, the hardcore guys make up about 10 to 15% of the total force. But in my estimation, those people north of Bakhmut, they are not going to be sufficient to stop Ukraine if it's coming. They're not going to. Prigozhin has picked a fight that he cannot win with Minister Shoigu. Shoigu would ultimately be the guy to decide when and whether or not Wagner gets reinforced to the north. And I don't think Prigozhin, because he wants to see Prigozhin hang on his own petard. So I think he's going to withhold those reinforcements just enough, and I think the Ukrainians are going to be able to take advantage and drive a wedge between Wagner and the regular armed forces. But we'll see.
Chuck, real quick, have you heard of General Sorovikin? Is he helping out Prigozhin in Bakhmut?
You know, I have not. Is he the local army commander there?
I I don't know, to be honest. He was supposed to be the head of logistics when he was demoted. Remember, he was the overall commander, and then they demoted him
That
to become the head logistics. But we haven't heard from him lately.
yeah, that does ring a bell. I think that look, I really think that the situation is going to change. I don't know where the counteroffensive is going to take place. I have some ideas about it, but I won't share them. But uh, you know, I think you're going to see Russian officers now, general officers. They're going to try to position themselves and insulate themselves from the negative consequences of the way they're fighting this war. And one of the things that the Russians are doing is that they are pushing their own forces very hard. And we know, listening to John Spencer and lots of other people on here, myself included, that the Russian forces are culminating in certain areas. We will talk about Andivka later tonight, but just another example, very much like Bakhmut. The Russians keep pushing at certain locations. They keep failing, and you cannot just you cannot keep sending your soldiers at the same objectives and get them defeated day after day after day, because even if their equipment is still running, even if even if some of them survive, and most of them don't survive these attacks, that you're diminishing their ability to fight and their combat effectiveness. And eventually, these troops are going to be too exhausted to resist counterattacks. And I'm making this bold prediction that when these counterattacks take place, the Russians are not going to be in a position to fight as will be required by these situations. They're not going to be able to improvise defenses. They're not going to be able to react, retire in order, turn around and give battle to the Ukrainian forces. The Russian forces are too brittle. They're going to break and they're going to scatter, and that's when the real ball will begin.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks, Finance. I'll go down and join the commoners. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Abdullah. Good talking to you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Pleasure seeing you as always. It is almost 9:30 at night here in Central Standard Time, United States and Canada, and Mexico as well. I would like to say, please share and retweet the space. Let everybody know that Chuck is enjoying his Saturday night fever here with us in the most active that's possible.
I am having a good time. Finance, thank you again. This was a great idea. I'm digging it.
Thank you for coming on late at night, Chuck. It's been a pleasure. The people demanded it. It's not just me here. All it took was me posting, and 40, 50, 60 people were messaging about it. All right. Our hand order is Doc Skykiss Suzanne Whiskey. Doc.
Hey, Finance, can you come back to me? I'm sorry. I had a button issue real quick. I'll be right back. I'll come back to me next,
Got
please.
it. Doc is being pushed back in line. Skykiss, thank you for waiting.
Yes, and I'll be as brief as I can, and I'll wait for a little possible rebuttal. Prebuttal. Chuck, you mentioned there were some, was it 16 sorties? I mean, my hairs, I just had chills, like, when you're at a ZZ Top concert and you hear Frank in those opening measures of She's Got Legs. It's just the most amazing thing, right? And I heard you say that, and we had this recent all this news coming, that there were MiG-29s going to Ukraine. Oh, they made it. They're there. If you can speak, beyond OPSEC, on what has gotten in country, and just I'd love to hear what you said. The sorties, that was just like, wow. So anyway, and I'm going to keep up with, we've been trying to make sure that our elected officials, and this is friends in other countries, not just in the US, keep up the knowledge that we need to get more ammunition. So thank you for that question, Anda.
Yeah, there were, let's see, so 16 aviation sorties today. They are, every sortie, close air support, you know, aviation strike mission that Ukraine puts up, it requires some daredevil flying low on the deck, pop up at the at the place that the strike is necessary, squirt off your ordnance and return to base. Again, this is in the face of overwhelming aviation superiority by the Russians. Today, the Russians pulled off somewhere north of 50 aviation strike missions. So the Ukrainian Air Force is still David in this David and Goliath struggle, but they are making really important contributions and integrating aviation support to the combined arms maneuver warfare that is to come is going to be very important. And although Ukraine is not yet at the point where they are engaging in air superiority battles with Russian aircraft. And again, the Russians have air-to-air missiles that outrange what Ukraine has. And Russia, for the most part, has an ability to surveil all of the airspace above Ukraine. Ukraine possesses no AWACS aircraft of its own, although it can get data from NATO aircraft that perform that mission. It's still David and Goliath, the Ukrainian Air Force versus the Russian Air Force. That's like this entire struggle. This is David and Goliath. But Goliath's about to get kicked in the nards.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Chuck, for keeping it family friendly there.
I tried to. I almost said something else, and I didn't. And again, I'm sorry if I'm pushing it there.
All right. Yeah, the former Goliath of Russia is getting kicked in the whoo. And with that, we're going to go to Suzanne and Whiskey. Suzanne.
I didn't think I was next. Thanks for having me, Finance. No, long time no talk. Chuck, you are my favorite Navy SEAL to listen to. Rest assured, wait, you're not the only Navy SEAL I've listened to. Believe it or not. But the other guy was an absolute jerk. And if I'd been in the room, I would have walked out. I only had to listen to him virtually. But he was everything you would not want your military to represent, or my military. So enough about him. But he is the most famous, best Navy SEAL that's ever walked the face of the planet, just so you know. So I get to listen to him. So now back to my favorite SEAL. You tend to maybe fall a little off my very, very favorite list when you talk about it's going to take 2 to 3 years. Could you, like, for a person that knows nothing about military except what I've learned on here, which some would say I haven't learned crap yet, but I'm trying, why it will take that long and what, if anything, could change it so that it's a shorter duration? That's it. I'll stop being silly.
Well, interesting frame up there. And
what about the other guy?
Well, I think I probably know who that is, and I actually worked for him. So
I don't
you know,
know. I think he's younger than you.
oh, in that case, then he might have worked for me. I'm just kidding.
I don't know about that.
Uh, no,
But
I'm.
it tells a great story about a Prada watch.
Well, let me get back to the bad guys here.
You can DM me about him if you really ever want to know.
Okay. Why do I think it's going to take 2 years? Well,
Yeah, that was my
I
question.
yeah, I wanna prepare everybody for a long fight. Putin cannot lose this war. He started it. It was his idea. Uh, I can't be sure that any of his generals didn't say this isn't going to be over in 72 hours, because no one dares to speak truth to this guy. They can't. You go flying off a balcony if you tell him something he doesn't like. And he's hard to read at the end of his 40-foot cable. But Putin cannot lose this war. So he is going to fight it until the last Russian soldier. So it is going to take a long time. It might take longer than 2 years. And look, there are defeats coming for Ukraine. There are going to be hard times. There are going to be battles that could be lost. But I say this and I mean it. This war is not winnable by Russia. Not with the army they have, not with the leadership they have, and not with the talent that they have now. But that being said, what could make this war end more quickly? 2 or 3 offensives that could be as effective as the Kharkiv offensive. If the Russian forces get kicked back in a couple of battles where they lose 50, 60, 70 kilometers in the course of 72 hours, if big chunks of the Russian army are cut off and surrounded, and I'm talking 5,000 or 6,000 men at a time, if there are some huge and devastating defeats for the Russians, that'll shorten the war, but it won't end it. Putin has a lot to lose. He is in power. He's been in power for 25 years. Like all megalomaniac, kleptocratic dictators, he will not go gently into this good night. He knows that the only way he's going to leave office is feet first. He has killed too many people on the way up. He has crushed too many people. He's made too many enemies. So Russia's going to have to be defeated on the battlefield. They're going to have to be thwarted, and they're going to have to be put in a position that they will never try to invade Ukraine again. And it's going to take a long time. Those are the only things I think that can shorten the war. But
even if we give them more stuff, I mean, I listen about planes that I don't understand what the difference is between them, and tanks and leopards and all those kinds of things. That's
well,
would help, but
all of those things are important, and they are vital for Ukraine to win this war. But Ukraine, and they've done a lot of things that don't really get talked about. Putin tried to shove a president down their throat. He poisoned their political candidates. His thugs opened fire on crowds in Maidan Square. He's done everything possible to take away Ukraine's sovereignty, to dictate its foreign policy, and finally he resorted to after biting off a couple of chunks, building bridges to Crimea, announcing that they are part of Russia. Now Ukraine has said no. Ukraine turned on a superpower. Ukraine was losing this war to start with, but they turned the tide, and finally the West is on board. So Ukraine is going to triumph, but it's going to take a while. It took, how long did it take to put Hitler back in the box? 6 years.
I don't know. I'm just reading a book about that. You guys have inspired me to read history that I must have slept through in high school.
Well, I'm sorry you have to read about war. I mean,
Oh, it's got
war,
a horse. It's a horse theme in it too, so it's good.
well, you wouldn't know it from listening to me on the show, but folks, look, war is a mug's game. Okay. It is never a good thing, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to fight. And everybody has probably seen schoolyard bullies. There's not a single bully in the world that'll keep bullying you if you punch him in the nose, because they'll just find other victims. Putin's going to have to find some other person to beat up, because Ukraine isn't taking his S anymore. And Ukraine will prevail, but it's going to be a hard slog still.
No, war's ugly. I agree. And it's something that I can say personally, I had a very negative attitude about it. Having, been in high school during the Vietnam War. And from that point on, I just blocked out war and said, I want nothing to do about it. I don't want anything. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know anything about it. And then this changed it all. So, all for the better. I'm a more caring, understanding person as a result of listening to all you guys and understanding the necessity despite the brutality. And I'm 110% in for Ukraine. So thank you all. Sorry for the dumb questions and the long questions.
Not a dumb question. Thank you for asking it.
Thank you, Suzanne. Pleasure seeing you again as well.
I know.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, Suzanne. Always a joy. All right. I'm seeing all sorts of faces, old faces I haven't seen in a while. Speaking of old friends of the space, someone who actually I think predates me here at the report would be Whiskey. Whiskey, pleasure to see you this evening, my friend. What is your question for our dear Saturday Night Fever version of Chuck Farr?
Hey, thanks, Finance. Always good to hear your voice on the space, brother. Sorry if I get overrun by frogs tonight. It's where I live. But Chuck, hey, brother. I had a question for you. You spoke earlier about you guys pre-planned the missions that you did. A lot of times that was very far out on the front. My question to you, if you had the chance to have like a small personal drone, very small, very lightweight, maybe about the size of your palm, that could look about a kilometer. Here comes the frogs. I'm sorry, guys. If it can look at a kilometer, 2, 3, 4 out in front of you, is that something? And it weighed about an ounce. Is that something that you would find useful in your kit? And I'd like to, depending on your answer, I'd like to kind of continue on from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that would be a really important tool. A lot of times in American Special Forces these days, virtually every mission is covered. You've got top cover, and you've got very capable overhead reconnaissance systems. I won't go into it more than that, but the situational awareness of a tactical unit on the ground. I don't want to say you can never have too much information, because sometimes it's like drinking from a fire hose, but I think the kind of thing you're talking about would be of great utility on this battlefield. So if you want to DM me or one of our other boffins on here, I can say that we've made some really important, good connections from listeners, and that has resulted in things going into the hands of people who need them. So answer is emphatic yes to your question there.
Yeah, and not to give away anything, but what I've been, most of the folks on this space know that I'm a heavily I'm heavily entrenched in tech. I work in that field, but more specifically in the drones. But I'm working on a new project that is, again, I don't want to give anything away, but it's very cheap. It's very easy to use. It's almost throwaway, but it would give you the chance to look over the hill to see what's coming before it's coming. So that's why I asked the question. I don't want to put my efforts into something that's not going to be useful. But if it helps Ukraine, then 100%, I'm all for it. But Chuck, like, you would know best. You know where I come from. I come from a Navy SEAL family. But I want, I'm asking you as I ask my uncle, hey, is this a piece of kit that you can use?
Yeah, I absolutely. Yeah. So DM me if you'd like to, or get it, get your idea matured and your tech matured. But you wouldn't be wasting your efforts at all. And especially if it's something that is relatively simple. I like the idea that you said almost disposable. Because there is that. There is that. We had this big joke in the teams. It was, we got this great piece of gear and it's so secret we can't even use it. So that doesn't do anybody any good if the technology is is at risk itself, and you can't really use it as a warfighter. But something that is cheap, easy to use, and performs its mission reliably, yeah, absolutely. And especially something light and little, because one is none, right? I never ever like to carry one of anything, because you pull the trigger, it goes click, and it doesn't work. You're going to need to reach for another one. And if it's mission critical, like this could be, I don't want to. I'm not risking my life with just one of anything, right? 2 parachutes, 2 weapons, the whole routine.
Thank you, brother. You answered my question.
Thank you, Whiskey. This is also where you bring up one of our favorite fundraisers of all time. It's very new. It's the Name That Frog fundraiser. If you make a donation to Maria Aid, I don't actually define how much that is, but if you happen to be a known billionaire like George Soros, that should be $3 million. If you're just a person, cup of coffee, whatever, any amount's fine. But if you make a donation to MriyaAid.org, send me a receipt of that. You can also send me what you would like to call Whiskey's Frogs. I will read it out on air as long as it is